Peoria Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
Followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And if you can just take a minute, we lost a student at Ironwood High School this week, so just to remember that student and his family. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So welcome to the study session. For anyone who's unaware, I thought it might be helpful to just cover what a study session is. On the board, we're bound by something called open meeting law, which means that we cannot get together and discuss these things as a group outside of the context of a public meeting. So a study session is a chance for us to dig into some of these topics that require more conversation, sometimes legal counsel, and certainly this is one of those meetings. There's not going to be any action taken during this study session, and also there's no public comment in study session. It's really just an opportunity for us all to get together, to hear the same information, and determine our next steps. That being said, I'm going to turn the time over for our presentation on Title IX and implications for our districts. So Kathleen, are you ready to go?
President Proudfit,
Yes.
members of the governing board, I'd just like to formally introduce Kathleen Brentingham from Udall-Shumway. She's our attorney who is providing us some oversight this evening on the new Title IX regulations. We also have with us Jim Nelson, sorry. Sorry, Jim. Yes, Jim. Hi, Jim. Jim Nelson with us. He is our compliance coordinator for the district, and so he is also available to answer some questions if questions are directed his way. So Kathleen is here. Thank you, Kathleen, for being here.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Nuttall.
Okay. Is it not in presentation mode though? You've got, Jim, are you better than I did not having the slides on the side? I'm a lawyer. I am not good at technology. Well, it's just usually just the slide instead of the slides on the side.
Yeah, it's in edit mode. You just need to start presentation.
It's in the wrong mode.
Fix that.
Something here that doesn't. Oh, there it is. There's a button. Okay. So thank you for having me. And I think I'm here. I am a lawyer at Udall-Shumway. I'm also here, though, tonight as a teacher and a teacher to teach you about Title IX. It's an area of the law that I have spent a lot of time at. I am an education lawyer, and I kind of fell into Title IX. Title IX, though, is at this point, some serious changes are in order, and so I want to tell you a little bit about that. All right, we'll use arrows. Okay, so what is Title IX? Title IX was passed by Congress in 1972. think back on that. And it was originally passed as a legislation because women who were wanting to participate in sports at the college level in particular, but high school level too, were not. We didn't have opportunities like my daughters did or like the girls do now. That's what Title IX said. So we're not going to be excluding someone from participating in or denying benefits of or subjecting someone to discrimination under any education program or activity on the basis of sex. That's what Congress said. It's not just Congress, though, who gets to act on these. We go through, as you know, the election process, and the Department of Ed is part of the executive branch. The executive branch gets to issue what they call regulations. They have the same force and effect of law, but they are not like the statute that we saw that Congress passed. So we have new regulations now. April 19th, the Department of Ed dropped 1,560 pages on us of regulations that we now need to follow with Title IX. What changed? The areas that I'm going to look at with you tonight are some definitions. The grievance procedures have changed, and some of the obligations of the district are a little different too. And I'll just be upfront. I'm very sensitive to the fact that there are some hot button issues on these Title IX regulations, and different people have very different political views. That's not what we're here to talk about, though. We're here to talk about what's changed and what the law is and how this district is going to implement that, or what they're going to be required to implement. So the important changes in the definitions. The sex discrimination, if you recall back to the Congress's law, it just said just that, sex discrimination. The new regs as of April that will be implemented August 1 now say sex discrimination includes sex stereotypes, sex characteristics, pregnancy or related conditions, sexual orientation, and gender identity. I looked in the regs themselves for specific definitions when I could find them. This was their definition for sex stereotypes, just generalized expectations about a person's aptitudes and behavior based on sex. But I get a lot of questions from people when I make presentations on Title IX. What does that mean? And it's usually kind of hushed in the background, and I just don't quite understand it. So I did go look and tried to give you a little bit of information. I think we all have a general idea of what sex stereotypes are. This is the internet's version, though, of what could be sex stereotypes. So personality, domestic occupations, and then the two that kind of are also out there: physical appearance, body, and physical appearance in terms of dress and grooming. That's generally what Title IX is referring to with our sex stereotypes that we're now looking at. Sex characteristics is another question I get about, and it's not just one's body and the differences that we have if you're born male or born female, but it also includes hormones and chromosomes. That was also in the regulation. It also includes intersex traits, and that would be someone who's born with either both sets of genitalia or something that's kind of ambiguous as to what sex they are. Sexual orientation, this was interesting to me when I went to look for the definition. There isn't one in the regs. So generally, I think they think we all are going to just follow the social definition of LGBTQI, and that we all generally know what that means. Gender identity, again, this is one, though, that folks will come up and ask me after a presentation, so I'm including it again. There's no specific regulation in the regs, but it's an individual's sense of their gender, which may or may not be consistent with the sex that they were assigned at birth. Okay, so that's expanded the scope of sex discrimination. There's some other expansions, and some of this is more interesting to lawyers and Jim are your Title IX coordinator, because we now have to look at how we're going to handle complaints. So the new definition of a complaint, it used to be that they could just, you had to have a formal document and Jim would have them sign the allegations. Well, now it can be oral, which we'll see how that plays out, but I think it may substantively change how folks are presenting their complaints. That's our current definition is for complainant. That's the other place that's changed. So the complainant is the victim, if you will, of the sex discrimination. And the way, as of today, we are defining complainant has to be current discrimination that person is receiving or is the recipient of. The new definition's broader. That's the new definition of complainant is an individual who's alleged to be the victim of conduct that could constitute sex harassment or discrimination, whether it occurred in the past or whether that person is just an applicant to some educational program or activity in the district. That past, I think, is a little troubling in terms of how far back, and I looked specifically for the regs thinking there's got to be some timeline. Is it 180 days, 3 years, 6 years, 10 years? What is it? They said, nah, you'll know it when you see it. Oh, okay. They did give us some guidance as to when we can dismiss it if we don't have any evidence, but there is no statute of limitations. We also have a change to educational programs and activities. At this point, it's educational programs and activities that are under the control of the district, and they are only programs and activities that occur in the United States. That is no longer the case. It could be an operation that goes outside of the United States. You might think about a field trip, say by the German club to Germany. Used to be, that was my joke during the presentation. Oh, that's no Title IX there. That's not the case any longer. And we do see some of those complaints. We do see bad actors sometimes on field trips or on trips that are outside of the United States. So that may have some effect on what we're asked to deal with. It no longer requires control by the district. It's just operations of the district. Not quite sure what that distinction is going to mean in terms of practicality. I suspect it may apply to like after-school programs, but we will see. There's not a lot of given by the regulations. There's another place where it's changed. Now, when we have been looking at sexual or Title IX in the district settings, and I advise a lot of districts across the state, we've really just been looking at sexual harassment. We did not look at sexual discrimination other than some certain kind of isolated circumstances. For example, a girls' sports team was not receiving the same funding, the same uniforms, that sort of thing. That would fall under Title IX, but those were not usual. The usual was sexual harassment. And our current Title IX definition for sexual harassment is one of those three definitions. The first being quid pro quo, which is Latin for this, for that. It means a teacher, that's how it was defined, who basically, an example would be a teacher who says, if you sleep with me, I will give you an A. And that unfortunately occurs. But that would be quid pro quo. That really hasn't changed. The second prong is what we used to call severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. That would be sexual harassment that existed in the setting, but it had to meet all three of those criteria. And then certain offenses would be sexual assault or domestic violence or stalking. There were certain things that were pretty easy to see. So what we'd always thought of was that the first prong and the third prong were pretty easy to see when they occurred. The squishy language was that severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive. It got a little squishier. So now sexual harassment, or the current type was the unwelcome conduct That's one element, determined by a reasonable person meaning objective, to be so severe, pervasive, and objectively offensive that it effectively denies, and watch that language, denies, a person equal access to the recipient's education program or activity. So squishy, hard to define sometimes, but we were working with that somewhat. Sex-based harassment now is not, it's called hostile environment. And it is unwelcome sex-based conduct based on the totality of the circumstances, and I put that in red for a reason, subjectively and objectively offensive, that is, and is so severe or pervasive that it limits or denies a person's ability to participate in or benefit from the recipient's education program or activity. And DOE has told us that that is now to be called hostile environment sexual harassment. But you can see that's broader. Even though it says subjectively and objectively, the examples that were given in the regulations suggest that it's still going to be broader. It's not, you would think when you get subjectively and objectively, you'd have to prove both of them. It may or may not be the case given their examples in there. We'll see. They did give us, though, some hostile environment factors to consider. These are generally what we've been considering anyway, the degree to which it affected the complainant's ability to access the education program or activity. But remember, now our language is limit or deny. It's not just deny, which is what the old regs said. The type, frequency, and duration of the conduct, parties' ages and roles within the education program or activity, previous interactions, other factors that might be relevant, location of the conduct, context of the conduct. These are all things that we've been considering otherwise. And then other sex-based harassment in the recipient is the DOE's word for district, education program or activity. So we've gone beyond just sexual harassment that we were looking at. Now we're looking at parental status discrimination. And I looked for the specific definitions there, and what they said is a parent has someone who has a child under 18, or a parent is someone who has a child who's over 18 but is disabled because of physical or mental disability. And we've got some examples of parental status there. It's a little broader than what we think of, I think, in the traditional district setting, which is someone who has educational rights. So now we have adoptive parents, foster parents, in loco parentis, someone who's actively seeking custody, guardianship, or adoption. So the other thing we had to step back and think about when we got to parental status is that does not just affect what's going on in the educational environment with the children. This is now extended. Parents can be staff members, parents could be a student. So this is a broader standard, which means HR would be involved in making some of these determinations too. We've also expanded the scope of Title IX to include pregnancy-related discrimination. I put that language in there for the first bullet, that it includes perceived pregnancy, because you don't even have to be pregnant to fall under the Title IX standard. If you're a little heavy and someone makes a joke about it, that they literally have that as a definition under Title IX behavior. They also expanded pregnancy. It's not just the act of carrying a child. It is childbirth. Could be termination of pregnancy. It could be lactation if someone is feeding their child. And it could be recovery from pregnancy or a termination of pregnancy. And again, this is going to apply to a student who might be pregnant. It would also apply to staff members who are pregnant. It's in many ways there's an overlap with FMLA in the HR setting, but we'll see how that kind of plays out with Title IX. For any of us who have been pregnant, this list is pretty obvious. Other than it also adds to recovery from a miscarriage or an abortion. It also adds postpartum depression, which is something that we've typically handled under ADA, not under Title IX. So that's an expansion. There are some requirements that the district does have to know about the pregnancy to be obligated to do something under Title IX. There are modifications or accommodations that the district then needs to work with the employee. And again, we've been doing that for employees under the ADA with HR. But there is specific language in there that talks about a student working with the Title IX coordinator once a pregnancy is known, and for example, calling and saying, I have a doctor's appointment this Wednesday morning, and can you please excuse my tardy? Makes sense. We have in the Title IX world, we have the Title IX coordinator, who is the person at the district who is basically in charge of Title IX and takes the original complaints and it assigns the next part of the role, which is the investigator, to investigate the complaints. And then once the investigator finishes investigating the complaints and prepares a report, it goes to the decision maker. It used to be that all of those roles were kept separate, that there were 3 different people performing those activities. That's no longer required, so a decision maker now can be the same person as the Title IX coordinator or the investigator. In fact, you could be Title IX coordinator, investigator, and decision maker, which might make sense in some cases. It may not make sense in a lot of cases. It may be something that we'd want to insulate those 3 pieces of the process to make sure we get an unbiased perspective and 3 pair of eyes looking at the same behavior to determine whether or not it meets the level of Title IX. So same person, I told you that. Some more important changes in procedures. We used to call it grievance processes. For whatever reason, Department of Ed said, no, it's no longer processes. It is procedures. The changes, though, I mean, it's processes and procedures are basically the same thing, but the district will have some more obligations, and we will have to be preparing new forms for Title IX to meet some of the new standards. So a response by the district to the Title IX complaint, they need to respond promptly and effectively to be compliant with Title IX. Our old language was actually a negative. The district could not respond with deliberate indifference. Now we have an affirmative obligation to respond promptly and effectively. I'm not sure that's going to make a big difference because it seems like it's just 2 sides of the same coin, but the language has definitely changed. We have an obligation as a district to address sex discrimination in the program or activity. We've always done that anyway. Again, I don't think that's going to be much of a change. There's some confidential employees that have a little bit different jobs within the process. It's new, but I don't think it's going to change it too much. There is, though, a new requirement for the Title IX coordinator to actively monitor the schools, the district, to see if there are any barriers to reporting conduct that could constitute Title IX behavior, and then take reasonably calculated steps to address any barriers that are found. That was not in the old Title IX. I think we did it anyway because that's what educators do. We try to make things the best for the kids and meet the purpose. Told you that the Title IX coordinator can be investigator and decision maker. We have in Title IX something called supportive measures, and that means when a complainant comes in and says something has happened to me, I've been discriminated against, Jim will offer both sides, both the complainant and the respondent's supportive measures. They may move classes. They may, you may have access to the counselor. There are a lot of different ways. You might be on a different bus that we can offer supportive measures while we're going through the grievance procedures. Early resolution is Title IX's version of settlement. And what I really do like about these new Title IX procedures is they encourage early resolution offered earlier and really point out how beneficial that is. The other change that I really like too, in addition to being a lawyer, I've been a teacher for a lot of years too, and I'm special ed certified. So I'm always very sensitive to the fact that kids often who are in the Title IX problems, they have an IEP or they have a 504. That's what got them either into, that's why they made poor choices as the respondent and said something inappropriate, did something inappropriate. It's also sometimes why the complainant either perceives it incorrectly or just doesn't know how to behave. And there's a lot of reciprocal behavior sometimes between both respondents and complainants. So I like this. We now have to consult a member of the IEP or 504 team, and we start working with those kids to make sure this doesn't happen. We're teachers. That's what good schools do, is help kids develop. So this one is one I do believe in. Our Title IX coordinator, Jim, your duties are expanded. The monitoring, we talked about that. You can wear all three hats if you'd like to, but there's the last piece, you can now delegate duties to others. We'll see how that, how we want to do that. We can also dismiss allegations if a complainant comes back and says, oh, I want to withdraw that complaint, does not proceed. This is the current law. If a complainant requests to withdraw a formal complaint, again, this is that same language. We cannot act deliberately indifferent, but then the Title IX coordinator will dismiss that complaint under the current law. The new law requires the Title IX coordinator to look at 8 different factors to determine whether or not a complaint should be withdrawn. They are all things I think that make sense. The complainant has requested that it not proceed. There's specific safety concerns that, again, makes sense. Risk of additional sex discrimination if the complaint is not initiated, meaning we need to find out maybe what is happening, go through the Title IX process so that we can stop anything further from occurring at the school site. We're looking at the severity of the alleged sex discrimination, and we're also looking at the age and relationship of the parties and whether or not the respondent is an employee. Typically, when the respondent is an employee, we err on the side of going through that Title IX investigation, both because we want to protect that employee if in fact it's unfounded, but also there's a disparity in power between a student and a teacher or staff member. So we're honoring that by looking at the process, and typically we complete it unless there's no basis at all for the allegations. So, and then there's the scope of information suggesting there's a pattern or ongoing sex discrimination that has impacted multiple individuals. So if we have that kind of pattern, that would be another reason we would go through the process. We're looking at availability of evidence, and we are looking whether or not the recipient, whether, again, the district could end the sex discrimination without initiating the grievance process. So some other changes in the obligations of the district. There is training is a little bit broader. We also have to pass what DOE has advised us is a non-discrimination policy. They've given us specific requirements, and they've told us specifically where we need to publish that. Our training, under the current rules, we've been training Title IX coordinators, investigators, and decision makers. And we teach them about the definition of sexual harassment, the grievance, what was then known as the grievance process, how to serve impartially without bias, and then, you know, how to avoid conflicts of interest, those sorts of things. That's what we're doing currently. That's still required for the coordinator, investigator, and decision maker. The change, though, is that we now need to train all employees on the district's obligation to address sex discrimination. Different districts are finding different ways to do that, but it has broadened the scope of training that is now required. Our non-discrimination policy, typically that's been in the board policies anyway. It will be broadened a little bit. I don't think it's a significant change in terms of you're agreeing that there's, not allowing sex discrimination in your school setting. It also requires you to provide notice of that policy. And it's a little broader, I think, in terms of where it needs to be given. That my general guidance will be now that to avoid any complaint by OCR, the Office of Civil Rights, or a parent complaining, we're going to put a little footer at the bottom of different things like applications, employee applications, any guidance that goes out to parents and students that will say that we don't discriminate against folks on the basis of sex, basically. Not discriminate, prohibit sex discrimination, and then some information about the Title IX coordinator, OCR, the Office of Civil Rights, or both, and then you we'll have to list Jim's contact information as Title IX coordinator. We'll have to have some information as to where that policy of non-discrimination is, and then how to report information that might be a Title IX violation. I pulled some sample language that that DOE, Department of Ed, said was okay. So this is approved, and that would be, just basically you don't discriminate on basis of sex, and you prohibit sex-based discrimination. So we do need it on the website. We do need it in handbooks. We need it in catalogs, announcements, or bulletins. We need it on application forms. All right, here's where we get to what I've called the hot button issues. And we'll kind of go through them in turn. And I know people, again, have very different political views of these issues. So I'm not here to debate whether, which politics are right, but to tell you what OCR or what DOE has told us. So first, as to women's sports teams. Not right now. The new regs that came out August 19 said specifically they're carving out women's sports teams. Although I'm here to tell you that the legal analysis that they followed in writing the regs for the other pieces is the same as would be applied to sports teams, whether they did that for political reasons or whether there was some other reason. Sports teams, though, is still in the rulemaking process with the Department of Ed, and that is, so that's not final regulation. There is guidance, though, to use of pronouns. So now it will be a Title IX violation for someone intentionally misgendering or not using a person's preferred pronoun. That could be considered sex discrimination under Title IX. Restrooms and locker rooms. It can be considered sex discrimination to prohibit persons from using restroom, locker room, or shower facility, and they used all three terms in there, associated with the gender to which they identify, so that's gender identity. The district cannot, and this is the language they used, separate students or subject them to different treatment if it causes more than de minimis harm, minimal. In other words, that's, and the regulations themselves say if you do separate students, it by definition causes more than de minimis harm. So what are we going to do? This is an issue for some folks who have, serious concerns about that. So one option would be to have single occupancy facilities. You guys can't completely rebuild all your school sites. You could have gender neutral facilities. But here's the piece I think I'm pushing and what Jim has been doing already, and that is that we're focusing on resolving the issues between the complaining parties. So if someone is coming in and saying, I identify as the opposite sex, and I want to use this bathroom, and someone else is complaining about that, someone might be using the nurse's bathroom, or we come up with different ways to work that out. And that's been the fix so far. I thought you should know that there are 26 states that have filed suit to block or enjoin the Title IX regulations. They filed them in 7 different federal courts. So some of these states have filed in Louisiana, some have filed in Alabama, Texas filed within Texas, Kentucky has a certain numbers of states there too. Oklahoma filed in its own state, and then there's a Missouri case that is still hanging out there too, with the numbers of states, as you can see on there, who have filed. The lawsuits basically ask the court to block the new rules, and they make a couple of different arguments. One is that the regulations exceed the rulemaking authority under what is referred to as the APA, the Administrative Procedures Act, and that they have improperly expanded sex to include gender identity, sexual orientation, sex stereotypes, sex characteristics. There is also an argument that they have made that some of the provisions in Title IX violate the First Amendment protections against speech and or religion. So those arguments are proceeding out there too. As of today, because I keep checking it on a daily basis, 2 preliminary injunctions have been granted by 2 of those courts. So Louisiana and Kentucky have issued preliminary injunctions. So those regulations will not be implemented in Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, Montana, Ohio, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. These are the suits that have been filed on the regulations themselves, the rules that came out in April of this year. There are also some lawsuits that were filed on what we refer to as guidance documents. They came out, they're Dear Educator letters or Dear Colleague letters, but they were guidance from the Department of Ed to the individual districts and said, basically, this is how we're going to broaden Title IX. We had a fair warning of this in 2022, and that's when the guidance documents were issued. So there's preliminary injunctions in a couple of cases, particularly in Texas, based on the guidance documents, but not the regs at this point. So here is the advice that we're suggesting is we're going to revise current policies, and if the law changes, either the regulations are not implemented or the regulations are enjoined from being implemented, some kind of backup plan so that you'd automatically revert back to the to the board policies that are in effect now. The required non-discrimination policies, it's not hugely different, so you'll be posting those. We'll be working with the Title IX coordinator to ensure that your grievance procedures are in writing and give notice to folks. the training will go forward with the Title IX coordinators, investigators, and decision makers, and the forms and procedures will, again, will be updated. And then as to the requirement, which is probably good advice anyway, and most districts had already been training all employees into what Title IX was. So that's where we are with Title IX. It's evolving, given the lawsuits. It may change. There is the distinct possibility that by August 1, one of these courts will have preliminarily enjoined every one of the states from having to implement the regs. There's also the possibility that they haven't. There's a possibility that'll happen in November, December, January, at some point, and then we'll need to retool and figure out how we're going to go forward from there. So I'm happy to take questions about the regs themselves.
Thank you for that. This is something that obviously we've needed to talk about for a while, and I appreciate that you said we're not here to argue the politics of whether this is right or wrong, but what do we do? I think it'd just be best to open up the floor for questions. I just wanted to start with looking at the different states that have followed suits. When you say states, are you talking about the Attorney General's office? Like, what organization within that state, since we've not had guidance from?
Typically, it's been the Attorney General's office, and there's an association of Republican Attorney Generals that have, it looks like that those are mostly the states that have filed, although there are some, there's a group out of Scottsdale, the Alliance, oh geez, AFDC. Anyway, they're kind of activists on discrimination issues and religious issues and free speech issues, and they are sometimes a party in these cases too. But there are other states that have come, it's been their Board of Ed too, and different states set up, if you don't know this, their boards of ed differently. I grew up in California, lived in California for years and years. We had one state board of ed. I came to Arizona and I worked for the Attorney General's office, and I represented the state board of ed, but there's the Arizona Department of Ed too. So we have two competing almost bodies here in Arizona.
I guess what my question is as we kind of discuss this and look at all of our options, what is the recourse of a district who thus far, besides that group filing suit, what is the recourse of a district?
I would say that would be, I'm happy to be here and explain to you what the law is, because I'm teaching you about the law. Once I step into the realm of applying facts to the law, I'm giving you legal advice, which I'm happy to do, but I'd have to do an executive session. That's not something I can do in an open meeting.
Okay. Does anyone else want to, because I know everyone has a ton of questions, but.
You can let Melissa go first. I know she was itching down. Really itching?
Anyway, I'm just kidding. A couple things I was going to have you go back just to reiterate to make sure I understand that on this, you were talking about it on slide 56. You, when it was actions, steps advised, you mentioned revising and adopting basically new policies, which I get that we would have to make sure our policies are in line with the law. But then you said to add language that should all of these cases work through that where something changes completely, that it reverts back. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about, can you go back over that and explain that more in a little bit detail?
The language wouldn't be in the policy. The language would be in how you handle it as a board in terms of a motion, that's what your intent would be to do. And I'm a little leery here because now I'm stepping a little bit into legal advice and I don't want to do that.
Okay, so. you were, I guess that was my question, if that was something that, I mean, I know we'll get recommendations of how to change the policy and so forth from our group that does that. But you mentioned that we wouldn't necessarily add language in there. So I just was curious I was thinking, oh, do you
Yeah,
add a
it
language
wouldn't-
like, if this changes, then it goes back to the old policy?
No,
So-
it would just be the language of the policy would change.
Okay, okay. And then I had a question because I thought that I was reading it somewhere that part of this expansion also included the responsibility of the district to protect kids should they have discrimination, and which, when you were talking about the employees being educated on what is sexual discrimination, is there an education requirement to the students as well? So, and I don't think I saw that in here, so I was just curious.
There's no education requirement in the regulations, although the regulations do say that if you district find that there's a pattern and practice of discrimination, that might be one of the things you do to address it, would be to educate kids. But there is absolutely no requirement in the regulations themselves that would mandate that.
I'm sure I have other questions, but I'll let the other board members ask theirs. So thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. And look, there's a lot in here for
There
sure,
is.
without question. But I'm going to piggyback off of what Ms. Ewan stated around the requirements from a education perspective. And but for me, it's, we're a large district. We have 35,000 plus different stories, et cetera, across the entire district, and different backgrounds, et cetera. So I never want anybody to feel not cared for, or that they're not important. But that said, I mean, while it's not required, I do feel it's important, in how we, communicate, as this, because I know it's pretty fluid, right? But, as these changes, take effect, how that does get communicated, not only to our teachers and staff, but, even our families and our parents, and I think even our students for that matter. I just want to make sure that everybody is, certainly has a voice, right, as it gets communicated down to express those concerns. And so, like you stated earlier, I think, and I agree with you 100%, is, focus on resolutions between, I think you used the word complaining parties, how we resolve those and create space for that. But, I appreciate your time and certainly the information.
All right, so I have a lot of questions. So,
Okay.
sorry. And I have them written down everywhere, so I'll try to go from the next one to the next one. I know you did mention that all of the court cases are surrounding the different states. Is there, I guess, any inclination of it reaching maybe the Supreme Court, or I don't know if you touched a little bit on that or not.
I can give you a basic primer of how that would look, and that would be if I can go back, let me see if I can, to that slide. Each one of those courts is a district court, which is the lower level trial court in the federal setting. So Louisiana, Alabama, Texas, and Kentucky, each one of those courts sits in a circuit that is, and we number them in the United States for whatever reason. So if someone who has been affected by a decision in one of the lower level district courts wants to take it up on appeal, then they would next go to the Circuit Court of Appeals, whether, I never remember. I know we're in the Ninth Circuit, California's in the Ninth Circuit, that's where I've practiced law. Louisiana is in a, sorry, that's my reminder to myself. So they can take it up on appeal there, and then the appeal from the Circuit Court of Appeal could go to the United States Supreme Court.
Okay, all right. Let's see, next question. I guess I kind of had the question on the slide has to do with kind of, I guess, the speech of pronoun usage. I guess I'm wondering if that would apply to student and teacher. So if a teacher doesn't use the proper pronoun for a fellow teacher, is that then considered a complaint that can be filed for sexual harassment? And then I guess the same for a student perspective.
I will tell you, and I'm going to be very general about this because I can't give you legal advice, because once I apply it to facts, it's legal advice. I can tell you generally, though, that Title IX applies to both students and employees.
Okay.
It's follow-up question to that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and just let me come back so I don't lose my spot. Where my
Put on
questions
your
are.
spot. Okay, so what if you have a situation, and tell me if, I mean, clearly, we're going to need to discuss this further, but where a parent and a child are not on the same page, whose rights win out in that argument?
That would be legal advice based on those facts, so I'd
Okay.
happy to answer, but it would need to be an executive session. And there are a
okay.
lot of issues surrounding that.
And I'll ask the question, and you just tell me if it's legal or not. So just reading through the guidance, I have a lot of concerns that if, say we have, our cheerleaders are in the locker room and there is a person who identifies as a female, but they're a boy, and those girls are upset and they don't want them in there, does that fall under those girls can now be held accountable for sexual harassment? I don't know if that's.
Again, it would depend on the facts. I'd have to apply the facts to the law, so if that would be legal advice. I will tell you, though, that those type of situations are, what do I want to say? They're so complex because you have, people can be both a complainant and a respondent, and you end up with your complainant or your respondent making a cross complaint back to your original complainant, and they can get interesting from a Title IX perspective. I'd be happy to respond and provide more legal guidance, but I'd have to do it in the executive session.
Okay. I understand like the legal guidance, but I also know I think this is something that should be shared with the parents, and so that the parents know what the heck is going to happen with their kids. Because, I understand you need to give legal advice for the board. I completely understand. But I'm also a parent. So, I think that's kind of frustrating on that end. I guess my next question, maybe it's follow back on President Proudfit's question of, I know that you mentioned it's Arizona attorney, or it's attorney generals in different states. But if, let's say, a school district in one of those states, because I've been trying to follow it a little bit, and I'm not sure if there's been a couple of school districts that have also joined those states. So I don't know, is that a feasible thing for a district to do, or
I can tell you that there are some individual school districts who have filed lawsuits, joined either in the same suits with those same parties.
Okay, all right. The grievance process, I've been reading up on a lot of it, and have concerns with the grievance process too. So I don't know if you could walk it through example of what that entails, what it was previously versus what it's going to be now. I don't know.
Well, we call it now procedures, not processes. Why we changed that, I don't know.
Sorry. I
but
circled the word process so I could remember.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I don't know really that there are going to be huge differences in the way that we have been handling it. Our forms will look a little different because we will call things by what Department of Ed asks us to call them. But generally, we have been receiving complaints. Now they can be oral. We have been requesting that people provide them in writing unless there was a language barrier, and we try to work with folks with that. I have not seen a situation where someone refuses to provide a written complaint that they've only provided an oral complaint. Could it happen? I don't know. We'll see. Once that complaint is made, then what happens is the respondent is given notice of the allegations against him or her, and the notice has to be sufficient so that they know who is complaining, what is being complained about, the behavior. and when it occurred, where it occurred. So there has to be enough notice in there to give them the opportunity to defend themselves, basically. It's a due process requirement. From that point, it gets assigned to an investigator. Investigators can be someone that the district has trained up, and they will talk to all of the people who were involved, both the complainant, the respondent, and any witnesses. Investigators can also be outside companies. For example, I do some investigations for some districts if they're particularly difficult investigation. Once that investigation is completed, meaning they've talked to all the witnesses the investigator thinks are necessary to have interviewed, they've received and documented all of the evidence they might need, and evidence in these cases might be a videotape, for example, of the incident. It might be, if sometimes it's screenshots of, what kid A said to kid B. That's part of the evidence. So there's written evidence, and then there's the summaries of the interviews that you have with the witnesses and the parties. When that's all completed, the investigator submits the evidence to the parties. The parties have 10 days to respond to the evidence. And at that point, the investigator then writes the investigative report, which basically summarizes everything, includes all the evidence, and then that goes to the decision maker for a decision as to whether or not the conduct occurred. If the conduct occurred, whether or not it rises to the level of Title IX, and if it's Title IX conduct, what the discipline should be. So that's through the decision maker, and then after that, the parties have appeal rights. So there's another 10 days after the decision has been issued for parties to appeal it on some basis. There's generally 3 different bases, one of which is that someone has been biased and predetermined, or they didn't follow the processes correctly. There's another one that's escaping me now, but there are certain appeal rights that also come with this. So that's
Okay.
the process. That may be more information than you wanted.
No, I like that, because everybody else is listening, so I want it very explanational. I had a question too. I've seen some information out there that this also includes in the regulation changes of if a school district finds out that a student wants to change their gender or sex or whatever, that if the district finds out about it, that we're not allowed to tell the parents. So I don't know if you've seen that in the regulation, anything to do with like parental consent.
There's 1,600 pages of regulations. That did not jump out at me. There is certainly, though, representation that the federal regulations, they are taking the position that they preempt any state law that is contrary. But I didn't see anything that said basically that you couldn't tell parents. And I do know that's, the rule, or the Arizona law is different on that. So
Okay.
again, can't give you a legal opinion on that, but that's generally where the camps fall.
Okay, all right. And then I did have, and I gave a copy to all the board members and I think Dr. Summers. It just came out on June 14th, 2024, and it was I guess our previous Attorney General in Arizona had joined a lawsuit with 19 other states, and it just ruled out for the Sixth Circuit Court of an injunction with regards to the Title IX changes. So I didn't know
Well,
if
let
you
me
knew that one.
explain that. I did
Okay.
go back and look at that opinion.
Okay.
We talked earlier, 1972, we had Title IX. And then we've had different regulations that have come out from different administrations when they are in control of the Department of Ed. So the last regulations came out in 2020, and that would have been, if you think about the politics of it, that would have been the Trump administration. And then, or it was in 2021. wait, now I got my, anyway, the Trump administration came out with the last set of regulations. So then, when the Biden administration took over the Department of Ed, there was what we call guidance. The Dear Colleagues or Dear Educator letters, I talked about this a little bit earlier, that basically they were sent to all the districts and posted on the Department of Ed website, said, this is what we're going to do, we think sex-based discrimination includes all of the things we've talked about tonight. But those were the guidance letters, and that was issued in 2021 and 2022. The lawsuit that you're speaking about, Arizona joined as to contest the guidance. It was filed in 2023, I think, filed before these new regs. These new regs are in April of 2024. So you're right, there was a decision that the guidance could not be, was preliminarily enjoined by the Sixth Circuit. But now we have the regs that are to be implemented in August. Arizona, as you can see up there, has not joined any of those lawsuits. Now, we all know what the politics changed between the Attorney General's office and Department of Ed. So there's obviously something else going on, but we are not a party to any of those lawsuits on the regs. We are to the guidance.
Okay, so see, that's legal advice.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Again, I'm maybe stepping into that legal guidance territory, but to me, one of my main concerns with teachers is where's the burden of proof with this? So when you say intent to cause harm, intent to misgender, who is the person who determines intent?
I can tell you that the regulations provide for the burden of proof to be a preponderance of the evidence, which means it's more likely than not. So sometimes we describe that as 50% in a feather, or just anything swaying a little bit more. That's very different, and it's a much lower standard than the criminal beyond a reasonable doubt standard. So the person who is complaining generally has the burden of proof. That's what the decision maker would decide as to whether or not there was enough evidence that it looks to be more likely than not that the conduct occurred, that it met the level of Title IX, and that discipline should be warranted.
But that threshold of what is required is much, much lower than
Then the criminal.
correct. Okay, another question, and please forgive me, I'm going to say this as politically correct as I can. When you have a legal document like a birth certificate, so when we're talking about gender identity, how fluid is that, I guess, is my question. When we have a legal document like a birth certificate, is there a requirement of this is the direction the family is going, and so now they're recategorized? Do you get what I'm saying? Because it seems like this is all contradictory, and to be honest, there's no way to enforce. If you walked into any high school in America, I feel like this could totally, you could categorize almost everyone at some time or another. And not that I'm excusing bad behavior, I just don't see the pragmatics of how this is even possibly legally implemented.
In pragmatics aside, and I think Department of Ed gave us a really heavy burden to put out this advice in April and expected all the districts to pass all the policies by August 1. I think that was very wishful thinking on their part, and they had absolutely no idea how a governing board works to think about that. The other part of your question, that is so complex, and I can identify 6 or 7 different legal issues, and I'd have to know more, and I would have to give that as legal advice in executive session.
Because that would be my question, is as we talk about, well, there's this option, this is what we can do, this is what we can do. There's lots of different things before us. I'm like, either way, I feel like we're non-compliant and compliant and break. There's just no, that's for an executive session though, so.
And so I have another question, if it would be an executive session or not, with regards to the compelled speech on these kids, I think is a question for, I mean, I know you want to do the legal advice thing, but just so that parents are aware, like how that's going to work with compelled speech on kids.
I could probably give you my personal opinion, but that, I share your view that that's going to be difficult, and I recognize I've raised 3 children to adulthood. There's a dynamic that's going on between parents and families and their children, and that may be different than in the school setting, but that's all my personal views. There are legal issues that are raised by the First Amendment, and whether or not it meets the level of compelled speech, and they would probably be fact-specific. And again, I'm sorry, I don't mean to sound like a broken record or like I'm trying to hide behind it, but that would require legal advice. It's every time I have to take the law and apply it to specific facts, that's legal advice, if that helps.
Okay.
Can I offer something, Ms. Rooks?
Sure.
So I think that certainly it sounds like we all could request, we can't do it in study session, but an executive session, right, to be able to get those answers that a lot of us have asked to those scenarios. So that's something that we could do to learn more. The second piece of it is that this is then tasked to the superintendent and the cabinet to be able to implement this. And I would suspect that there would have to be, I mean, if we're educating our employees, correct me if I'm wrong on this and what your thoughts are, if we're educating our employees on what this is, we'll at some point have to be educating our community as well on what this is. And that's kind of tasked to our, that's tasked to communications, Danielle, to figure out what is that message going to be like, and then as they're figuring those things out, to be updating the board on how those processes would happen, because absolutely, I think our parents need to know what this means and how do you define that. And I also think it's tasked to our superintendent to talk to our administrators on how they will be implementing this at the school level. And we and then for the superintendent in the district to come back to us to say, these are the things that were the conversations we're starting to have with our principals and so forth, and how to implement it. Because when we had a lot of these conversations last year, when the whole Title IX came up with the bathrooms and the policy and stuff, every time I went around to the schools on the tours, I spoke to the principals, and each one of them had talked about different processes that they used to handle. It wasn't Title IX complaints by any means, but each one had different processes that they used to handle that. And I think sometimes we're asking questions and of how are they going to do this, and it is mind-blowing to look at certainly the expansions and to think about how are we going to implement this, but we also don't have the experts providing feedback on what they would recommend and how these would be implemented. And I think this is a process that will have lots of continued conversations between the superintendent and the district with us, and it sounds like we would like to have an executive session too to better understand all of those, and then make sure that we are definitely educating our community on what is the new processes. So I just wanted to throw that. I didn't want to stop you from asking questions. I just wanted to throw that piece out.
Yeah, and I completely understand, but here's the problem. I'm not going to have somebody force my children to go against our belief system. And that's basically what this regulation is saying. You talk about diversity of this district. There are a lot of diverse families with different belief systems. And when you're talking about let's have the district take over the initiative or principal's initiative of how do we communicate that to the community, how do we communicate that to the parents, how do we communicate that to the kids, you're not going to tell my kid that they have to call somebody by preferred pronoun, because it goes against our belief system and what we believe in. And that's where I have a problem with this.
And I wasn't suggesting that we task it to them and then they communicate without talking to us. I was suggesting that they can provide that. And then we ask the question, how are we going to handle the parent that doesn't want this information communicated? How are we going to handle those, and I wouldn't say parent because that would be incorrect. How are we going to handle those parents who are not going to want to have these conversations, and how do we handle that as a district? And then we work with collaborating with our experts on how we manage that, and we get feedback from the district. So I'm not suggesting that we put it to them and then all of a sudden things are happening that as a parent that you're unaware of, and as a board member that you're unaware of, but that I'm certainly suggesting that we have a lot of really great experts in this district who would have some really great ideas about how to make sure that we are abiding by the parents' rights and what they want to teach their children and how they want to teach their children.
Well, and having a better understanding, going back to some of the questions asked, which will be an executive session, of what legally, if we're just looking at, again, the facts of what we're dealing with, is the child's, like, legally whose rights win out? Like, what is the federal government actually saying? Because that will give us a better understanding of what we do next. Okay, I have a question for Dr. Summers, but what this feels like, you know, opening the floodgates, so to speak. So are we looking at expanding? I mean, Mr. Nelson can't possibly field what is about to come on his own. So are we looking at, as a district, expanding the Title IX leadership department? I mean, it feels like it would require almost a restructuring, or what is have we thought to that?
So I will answer that question, and I think just with respect to a lot of what's been brought forward, and thank you, Kathleen, for being here to help illuminate at least what is the newest update to something that is not in and of itself new, right? Title IX in and of itself we have operated with for several years. I do want to call your attention, and I think this helps set the stage for a response to that question, President Proudfit, in addition to the presentation that's uploaded on the study session, and we might be able to cue it, Terry, I think, or whoever has control, there is an additional attachment that is titled Title IX 2020 through, or 2020, 2021 through 23, 24. So these are documented actual knowledge incidents related to Title IX in Peoria Unified School District for that 4-year period of time. Now, of course, we have COVID as a factor going all the way back to 2021, but you can see a significant increase in formal complaints that have been submitted. And that data, I think, really speaks to what you're lifting up there, President Proudfit, in respect to, obviously, we can't expect one individual in a district our size to be responsible for all of the Title IX complaints. So one of the implications for how we're processing through this is what exactly is the role of the coordinator, and what is the role of other administrators, and who else we train in the process of what an investigator does, what a decision maker has to do. And I think there's certainly something for us to consider. We don't have an initial recommendation at this point in time as to expanding in that area, but we are going to have to account for the prevalence of incidences. I think with respect to how we go about what some of our initial next steps are, so as we talk about the potential for revising or updating policy, the reality is, and you spoke to this earlier, we are still only 60 days or so from the initial release of this updated guidance. And we don't yet have any drafts that we could necessarily point to right now to say, here's what maybe suggested language would be as we consider updates to policy. So we're kind of wrestling with this August 1 looming date, but also recognizing that we don't necessarily want to go. I don't believe the board's wish would be to do anything prematurely, but to also be cognizant of the fact that we have to provide as strong or as clear of guidance as possible under the circumstances, recognizing that that could change right in front of us. So that's something that if we, and of course in line with most of our policy decisions, we do a first read as well as a second read. So more than likely, just to be clear, I don't envision us having the time between now and August 1 to create and draft and review and eventually adopt. So in light of that timeline, I think that gives the board some leeway to be able to say, how do we make sure that we understand the implications of all of this as best as we can? How are we making sure that we're addressing what our immediate needs are, because we are also getting ready for a new school year. So to the degree that what we have done up to this point, keeping in mind that everything that we have done is still within the context of our current policy as well as how the law has been. So we're in this boat of helping provide as clear of guidance as possible. I also think getting to the crux of what some of the concerns are that have been addressed, we're not trying to pit student against student, family against family, teacher against student, or whoever that's involved in this. What we are trying to do is make sure that we are creating clarity in protections and clarity in what the course of next steps are. So in that regard, I think a lot of what the guidance is that we've done in the past, we would be looking very closely at how we reiterate what that looks like, making sure that there's clarity both at a board level, district level, and throughout the entire system. I think it's fair to say that through this process, anytime there's an issue that gets raised, we have to look at that issue on its own merit. And so the nice opportunity, I don't know if that's the right word, but the opportunity that affords us is really getting to the core of, I mean, we're not really trying to do anything to compromise, number one, the safety and the welfare of any of our constituents, but also making sure that if there is a grievance that needs to be taken to whatever fullest extent, that's where those individual case-by-case situations allows for a lot of depth of understanding to be able to inform what those best next steps are. All that to say, I do want to just stress, I don't think we're in a situation right now where we can suggest that this is the direction of a policy shift. Let's continue to study the issue. Let's continue to make sense of it as best as we possibly can, and to be able to guide what the direction is, both for administrators, staff, and students, and make sure that our parents are informed every step of that way.
If I can maybe just, because I'm curious, with David Sandoval, I know that you've been up here for 8 years and have seen a lot of changes and whatnot through being on the school board. And I mean, is this really what you're going to support, is all of these changes? I mean, this is insane. This is absolutely insane that nobody's willing to say no.
Well, I mean, there's not an opportunity in the study session right now particularly, which I think emphasizes the need for executive sessions so that we can dig into exactly what we're going to do moving forward. Sorry, I didn't want to.
No worries. No, I appreciate that. And thanks for the, I guess, question, Ms. Rooks. I mean, for me, it's not about me. It's about our 35,000 plus students, right? And, you know, once again, one board member really doesn't have, you know, the power to impact change. It's all 5 of us, right? So, and, you know, we take a look back, I mean, all 4 of us, sorry. Yeah, I forgot that we lost one. So, you know, that said, what I do like is, you know, and certainly am proud of is, you know, I did move the district forward, you know, and how we kind of take a look at our facilities to adapt to the shift of our students' needs and change, you know, as it relates to facilities, restrooms, et cetera. So that said, Dr. Summers, I do appreciate what you just stated. I think, you know, for me, Mrs. Ewan, you used the word when you were visiting sites about the different, I guess, processes and procedures, right?
Processes.
Yeah, but for me, it's also interpretation, right? I mean, we just went over a lot of questions this evening where there could be a multitude of interpretations of what all this means. And that's why I mentioned earlier, you know, having that safe space for all, right? All voices to be heard and listened to as input as we go through this. It is very fluid, but in reference to Mr. Nelson, I mean, it's not only his capacity, right? It's also building on the capacity and the agency of communications, Danielle's team, and others who take calls from our community to be able to fill those calls, who have, you know, some level of understanding of what this means, so, they can help really build on the bandwidth, of Mr. Nelson and his team. Thank you.
I guess for me, I can't believe that we are going to put on a student based off of these regulations, that if they don't call somebody by their preferred pronoun, that they're now going to have a label of sexual harassment. That's to me, that is, you can talk about facilities and changing the bathrooms and the showers and the locker rooms so our girls have privacy and they don't feel uncomfortable in the bathroom. But that to me is shocking, that we're really going to, you can say we're going to investigate case by case, but I don't want to take that chance.
So just to be clear, no decision at all has been made. And the hard part is a lot of the questions that you can't answer is, what can we do? What can we do? What is the full implications of this? And what are the actual options of what lays before us? And that, again, unfortunately, is something that we need to explore in executive session to make sure that we understand what possible recourse is. Because if I'm understanding correctly, and I'll ask the question, you can, if we chose to not change anything and not adhere to any of this, what would the recourse be?
Well, I can tell you that as of August 1, those regulations will be in effect. If you don't follow them, there's different folks might, you could file an OCR complaint. Someone could technically or possibly sue the district. There are, again, without getting into facts, because then that may be legal advice.
Right.
It's difficult. What I'm here today is truly, I'm back on my hat as a teacher, just to teach you what the law says. If we're going to apply it to the different factual scenarios that folks are concerned about, that would be legal advice, and that's not something we do in open
study
session.
Okay.
Well, I would suggest for our board, anytime we have something that's going to come forward, which would probably end up being policy, to vote on, that there be an opportunity to have an executive session before that's voted on, to really be able to get full legal advice on those specific actions. Because like you said, we're not taking action on anything now or in our board meeting to follow. But then I would just, I feel like everybody on the board would be in agreement, even though I can't really take that, but to have that executive session.
Yeah, because I mean, just in communications with our teachers surrounding clarification of that, I've had conversation with them and they're like, if I'm forced to do this against my belief system, they're like, we'll quit.
Yeah.
And so that's also a concern because we do have a teacher shortage. So.
And just the expedience, which we need to do this prior to the start of the next school year. We have a big, very, very large task.
And I would hope that there's room for teaching moments in each of these when you raise the question. Our students may not know if they're saying something that's considered harassment, sexual harassment. There's a teaching moment. So, but I'm hoping that the regulations allow for that.
It's not a teaching moment. If there is a family that has a different belief system, we're talking Jewish, we're talking Muslim, we're talking Christian, whatever it may be, it's not considered my kid is, or someone else's kid is going to say that, well, I didn't know that I was saying that. No, if that's their belief system, that they believe it is based on sex and not gender identity, and they're going to call him a he and they're going to call him a she, that is different than what you're talking about. So the clarification of, well, maybe just put an SEL lesson in front of these kids to make them conform to that, that's wrong. That goes against what our country is based on with freedom of speech, with freedom of religion, and I won't support that.
Making sure we stay just on task. I understand there's so many conversations to be had and none of them that can be had in this setting. So that being said, does anyone else have questions, Anyone? Okay. All right. Then I move that we adjourn this meeting at 5:25 PM.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Do we have to vote? Yes, we do.
Yes. Oh, shoot. You know, actually,
Can you do a voice vote? He's not logged in.
Oh,
thank you.
David Sandoval,
Yes.
Heather Rooks,
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing,
Yes.
and President Proudfit.
yes. Motion passes. Meeting is adjourned, and we'll see you back here at 6 PM.
I was in. Now?
Good morning. Good morning. How are you? How are you?
At Peoria Unified, our kindergarten programs are designed to ensure that your child is known, valued, cared for, and challenged. Kindergarten is so much more than just the ABCs. It is where creativity is encouraged and bright minds blossom in a fun and safe environment. In Peoria Unified, we strive to make this an easy adjustment for parents to ensure your child is well prepared for the best possible educational experience. If you have an incoming kindergartner who will turn 5 by September 1st, 2024, visit peoriaunified.org/kindergarten for more information about how to reserve your child's seat in our kindergarten program. Enroll today.
Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online. Are you looking for a fulfilling career? Peoria Unified School District has openings at all levels. With outstanding benefits and professional growth opportunities, there's something to help you feel fulfilled and appreciated each and every day. Join the community where experienced educators have their expertise valued, where new teachers are supported from day one, and where those who are passionate about education reach their full potential. Welcome to Peoria Unified School District, where every day is an opportunity to make a difference. Visit us online.
Welcome, everybody, to tonight's board meeting. Thank you for coming and joining us. And begin by calling this meeting to order at 6 p.m. We're going to begin with our moment of silence, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. And during our moment of silence this evening, will you just keep in your thoughts and prayers, we lost a student at Ironwood High School this week, and please keep that student and the student's family and community in your prayers. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and we want to welcome those of you who joined us for our study session prior to this, and welcome everyone who is joining us via the internet. We're going to move on to section 3.1, address agenda and adoption. Do you have any changes to tonight's agenda, Mrs. Ewing?
I don't.
Mr. Sandoval?
I don't have any either, thank you.
I would like to pull 516, please.
I will second that. And then I wanted to pull, we had three second policy reads on the consent agenda. So 5.29, 5.30, and 5.31, just so that we have that second read, so everybody's aware of what those policies are being voted in.
I will second. Okay, I motion to adopt tonight's agenda as presented, minus 5.16, 5.29, 5.30, and 5.31.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Rooks. Board members, please cast your votes. Do you just want to take us through a voice vote so we can?
Voting shows that the motion has passed. We're having a problem with the scoreboard, which I believe we're getting remedy to
Wonderful.
right now.
And then board members, please refresh your screens in just a moment to reflect the changes in the agenda. We will move on to section 4.1, recognitions. Turn the time over to Ms. Airy.
Well, good evening, President Proudfit, members of the board, and guests that have joined us this evening. We do have a few recognitions to get through, but I'm very pleased to be bringing forward our first one this evening, and I've got a special guest here to help me with this one. Many of you know that we are an accredited school district, and that's something that is certainly very important to us here in Peoria Unified. In fact, we were the very first pre-K through 12th grade school district in the state to receive accreditation originally from the Advanced Ed organization. They are now Cognia, and we are so thrilled to have joining us this evening Krista Anderson from Cognia, and she has some milestone awards to present to a couple of the schools in our district. So I'm so pleased to have her here. I'm hoping you can give her a warm welcome as she presents a few awards this evening.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Krista Anderson, and I've been a part of public education in Arizona for over 30 years. In fact, majority of my career spent in a neighboring district, so it's really nice to be able to see some familiar faces and to be a part of this celebration today. I wanted to thank you for allowing me to join you this evening to celebrate 3 Peoria Unified School District schools who have recently hit an accreditation milestone. Before I brag about these 3 schools, I want to commend Peoria Unified School District for its decision to move to a systems accreditation. The commitment your district has made to ensure all schools are working together for the betterment of your students is one to be proud of. That level of dedication towards systems thinking continues to come through the district's programs and outcomes. Peoria Unified School District truly amplifies continuous improvement through all levels of its work. At Cognia, we measure schools through the lens of 4 key characteristics. The 4 key characteristics are evident when schools effectively and productively tend to performance standards. First, you should witness an environment in which culture is focused on challenges, joys, and opportunities for learning. Second, you must witness leadership focused on dedicated and committed to learning. Third, you should witness learners engaged in learning experience. And lastly, you should have evidence that learners are growing in learning in the programs and curriculum provided by the institution. Peoria Unified School District does all of this in abundance. I'm here today to present 2 25-year milestones. The first is for Canyon Elementary School. Canyon Elementary School initially became accredited in 1997 after opening its doors in 1991. The school is committed to nurturing the leader within their students and fostering a growth mindset. The idea through hard work, self-reflection, and collaboration with others will lead individual greatness. As Canyon Elementary School states, leave your legacy. Congratulations to Canyon Elementary School.
And President Proudfit, members of the board, we took photos prior to the start of the meeting so you wouldn't have to get up and down tonight.
Which was part of the confusion, so. The next 25-year milestone goes to Cheyenne Elementary School. Cheyenne Elementary School opened its doors in 1996, and its accreditation journey began in 1998. The school's mission is to provide an exemplary learning experience for every student. They accomplish this by being highly focused on rigorous instruction, high levels of student engagement, and culture of high achievement. Congratulations to Cheyenne Elementary School. Continue to lead, learn, and achieve. And we have Mr. Jason Newdall and Dr. Teresa Hernandez to join us. The last school I would like to recognize is Peoria High School for its 100 years of commitment to improving learning opportunities for students in Peoria High School. Peoria High School first opened its doors to students in 1922. I'm hoping that's right. That same year, the school began its accreditation journey that was awarded status in April 1923. It just simply amazes me that we have schools in Arizona that have been accredited that long. This school has grown and evolved over the past 100 years, but its commitment to its students and community has stayed strong. In fact, the high school's vision and mission focuses on students maximizing their potential to be their best. The school has an award-winning math, engineering, science achievement program, along with many other programs that nurture students' academic progress and individual interests. Congratulations, Peoria High School, on 101 years of accreditation. And congratulations to the other 3 schools as well. So thank you so much, and can we give a round of applause for all 3 schools, please?
President Proudfit, if I may, I just wanted to congratulate all the schools and thank you for coming and presenting to them. I mean, it's It's amazing to see the principals here accepting that and all the staff at all the schools. You know, Cheyenne was one, and Canyon Elementary. It's just great to see that. And Peoria High School, you know, thank you to all the staff and to Principal Londa from Peoria High School as well. So thank you. President Provitt, did you want to let the rest of the board say something to the schools?
Want to say something?
Sure.
I was going to do in board comments, but by all means, go
Well,
for it.
no, this is just to congratulate them for
Yes.
all of that. Anyway, congratulations. I appreciate all the hard work for the staff and the schools for making these accreditations happen and just the efforts. It says a lot about Peoria, the school district itself. So just really congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I'll echo what's already been said. For me, Peoria High School, my mom and her siblings graduated from there in the late 30s and 40s. So the collective efficacy and the greatness has been going on for many, many years there at Peoria High School. But thank you to all. And did we say it takes a village, and how each and every one of your sites continue to work together across all employee groups, all centered around student success. It's just amazing. So thank you and congratulations.
I just wanted to say one thing that is so positive for me. We can sit up here and talk about best ways of doing things. We have different ways of getting there. None of that actually matters unless it produces results. And so when we have quantifiable, measurable results that what we're doing is working, I think that is just such a joyful celebration for me, and being able to celebrate, of course, with the administrators who were able to make it in the community from those schools. We have many other exceptional schools, but so wonderful to be able to recognize Canyon and Cheyenne, and then, of course, Peoria High School, 100 years. What a special thing in our district. So thank you and congratulations again.
President Proudfit, members of the board, our next recognition tonight is a bit bittersweet for me. I'd like to take just a quick moment to recognize a dedicated member of our communications team. He is the reason this meeting is streaming out to our community live tonight. Began his career as a teacher at Centennial High School, worked at a number of our other schools as well, served in our IMT department, and then shortly after I started in my position, recognized with his tremendous talent, we just had to have him as a member of our communications team. It's Mr. Colley who works so diligently, prefers to be quietly behind the scenes, so certainly I may hear about this after the meeting, but if we could just give him a big round of applause for his dedication and service as he retires tomorrow, that would certainly mean so much. So Mr. Colley, we just want to thank you so much for everything that you have done for us.
I was going to say, I know you can hear us. The question is, you got to keep your head out.
We're very, very grateful for him, and we certainly will miss him very much, especially on every other Thursday evening. So, well, I want to give one additional special recognition before we turn the time back over. And as you all know, one of the big tasks that you completed for our district last year was hiring our new superintendent, Dr. Summers, and we're so glad to have him officially begin in the role of superintendent on Monday, July 1st. Since the time that our previous superintendent had retired, we have had Mr. Kevin Molino serving at the helm of our school district as our interim superintendent. And to say that he has done so at such an exceptional level would almost be an understatement. And so I want to thank him personally for the leadership he has displayed over this past year during a time of just tremendous uncertainty in our district until Dr. Summers was secured as our new superintendent. I'm just so grateful for your leadership, for your support, and I know I'm not alone. There are countless others across our district, also one that shies away from the limelight, but we just couldn't let this last meeting that you're serving officially as superintendent come to a close without just thanking you. And I know the rest of our cabinet agrees. And I'd like for each of them just to take a quick moment, if that's all right, to share what his leadership has meant to all of us. So Ms. Myers, if you wouldn't mind beginning.
Thank you. And Mr. Molino, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for your leadership in fiscal year 2024, your support, your collaboration, your expertise that you shared with Cabinet, with the district, with our community, and with me. Thank you.
Mr. Molino, I want to personally thank you on behalf of Human Resources and Benefits. We've had some exciting times this year, and I know you've probably seen more of Human Resources than what you ever thought you could imagine. But I want to thank you because through your support, we have gotten through many difficult situations and many triumphs as well. And I really look to you to help keep the board abreast of many things that were happening in human resources that might be a little bit atypical. So on behalf of Human Resources and Benefits, I just want to thank you, and I look forward to our continued work because I know there's a lot of work that you and I will be working on this summer. Thank you.
Mr. Molino, thank you for supporting academic services in academic year 23-24. Figured I better throw that in there. Thank you for being this steady helm. Thank you for at least trying to look interested when I droned on and on about learning targets and other things that probably weren't as interesting to you. But thank you for being that steady, that confidence, that reassurance throughout this school year. Thank you.
And I'll just wrap up the group. When I think of Mr. Molino, I think of a couple of words that would describe him. Consistency, patience, humility, and poise. All are characteristics of an outstanding leader. And what I'm grateful for coming new to the position this year is that while we knew we had challenges and we all had to pick up some certain things, he certainly carried the torch for us and led us through, certainly a time of transition, and did so well and amicably. And we're grateful for his leadership. And so I have no doubt that he'll continue to show up at 5:45 every morning on the dot. Consistency, patience, and poise, and certainly humility. One of the most humble men that I've ever had the privilege to work with.
So President Proudfit, members of the board, on behalf of almost 4,000 of our employees, we just want to give one last big thank you and round of applause to you, Mr. Molino, for your service.
If I may too, because I'm sure some of the board would like to express thoughts. Coming into this board, to say that there has been a lot of transition would be an understatement, not just in the world, but in our district. And it takes a very strong leader to be able to not only validate and recognize and see all the different personalities and ways of thinking, but to be able to spend the time to truly listen to each person and try to unify and unite and be able to move the district forward. It takes a very hardworking, special person. I know personally for me, you probably saw way too much of me because I was talking to you way too much, having all the questions as I was onboarded. But like I've said before, one thing about our district is that we are very generous with knowledge and time. And certainly you have been just exceptional as I moved into this role. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Molino, I just want to say thank you for stepping up into the role. It wasn't, I'm sure it wasn't something you had imagined yourself stepping up into a year prior to that. So I really appreciate you willing to step into that role. But one of the two big qualities about you that has made you such a great leader is your compassion and your willingness to listen, and that you and listen to understand. And I feel like you did that across the board, certainly with all of the cabinet members as we heard them all speak, but with all of the board members as well, and with community members. Whenever community members would reach out to you and you would talk to them, there was always a response of he has his willingness to listen and understand and show compassion is just amazing. And I think that's one of the things those are a couple of the things that make you a great leader. And thank you so much for caring about all of our staff and our students and leading in a great way. Thank you.
Yeah, so, you know, when we were first going through the process of bringing on a new superintendent and that transition, trying to figure out, do we go out and bring on an interim? We kind of tried that, but I do appreciate you coming to the table with a solution, you know, and stepping up and stepping into that role. You sat in that role well, while also executing on your scope of work, you know, here within the district. I do appreciate, I'm an early riser as well, so, you know, appreciate some early morning calls, but what I really do appreciate when we talk about the need from an efficacy perspective to ensure strong relations between superintendent and governing board. You exemplified that with not only just your willingness to listen, but also from a communication perspective, and just how timely you were, and even just clarity in the conversation. But I think overall, I think a lot of the leadership characteristics that have already been communicated about who you are as a person. You know, I always say we rise by lifting up others. You do that every day, and I appreciate your leadership and always being by the side of all of our associates and us as a board. But I appreciate you as a person, and your hearts and your passion, all centered around, again, lifting up our youth, all 4,000 associates, and making sure that they understood that, you know, if they fell, if, you know, you were by their side and saying, you know, get up and try again. So just thank you again for stepping in. And it's, yeah, I'm not sure how we would have gotten through that transition without you. So thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Molino. I know you, every time I call, you would call back right away. If there was something that was going on, you were receptive in it. You answered my questions and gained my trust. And that's a lot for me to say. So I appreciate everything that you've done for the past year, not only as a board member, but also as a parent in the district. And, you know, taking that stand a year ago and helping us through this school year. I appreciate it. So thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause for Mr. Molina. All right, we're going to move on to section 4.2, board comments. We'll start with you, Mrs. Ewing.
Felt like I'd already given board comments. Okay, so I know David was there with me, so I'll let him give a little bit more detail, but I just want to say thank you to the Desert Valley staff and Nina Buckley for giving us the tour of just what's happening at the summer school programs there. And I think our schools are wrapping up with summer school, so appreciate all the students and their hard work and the staff and their hard work. If you ever get an opportunity to see what they're doing in the summer school programs, please check it out. They're doing some pretty amazing things. So I appreciate that. And then I just want to let you know, I am part of education committee over at Glendale Chamber, and there's a lot of discussions that happen about workforce education and how do we get our students into jobs and careers outside of the high school. And every time I start talking about programs that Peoria has, the community or the individuals on that phone say that Peoria is a pretty amazing model for education workforce development. And so I just want to say thank you to all of the hard work that went into making sure we have these amazing CTE programs that we keep growing, and that the program down at the Met, and then we have the Peoria Works, and even we have like the robotics team that we have those students that go into jobs. So I just want to say thank you to all of those that put all of the effort into that, and that the community at large is recognizing our district as a wonderful model for workforce development. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for mentioning Desert Valley. There's no doubt that our commitment and focus on student success, it extends into the summer months as well. So great experience there. But Ms. Ewing talked a little bit about all the high caliber programs that we have in the district. And one of the programs I want to lift up now, and really an individual who excelled in this program, are our athletics. We have a Cactus grad. She graduated in 2019. She was part of the softball team. And Elena Torres, she went on and she realized 2 national championships with the Oklahoma Sooners. So I just realized that second championship this year in the College Softball World Series. But on top of that, she's now playing professionally in softball. So I just want to say, Elena, I mean, you're probably not listening, but if you were, just keep up the great work, and and again, thank you to all the teachers and staff there at Cactus who kind of were by our side along the way. So thank you.
I also got to tour summer school. I was at Foothills, so I got to go with Ms. Beckley into some classrooms and do maybe my favorite part, which is get on the floor with the kids and see what they're learning and see the things that we're voting on, how they're implemented in a classroom. And I got to get on the ground and do math manipulatives with a bunch of our students. And it always amazes me when you walk into a classroom how much students actually want to be there. And the level of, I will say, fulfillment, although I don't know that kids would identify that, but the level of fulfillment and kind of the self-esteem that grows when they're presented with a challenge and are able to move through it. I assumed going into summer school it might be like, oh, not as happy an environment. It was some of the most calm, wonderful classrooms that I have seen, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time. In fact, I said, I'm just going to come back here. That's my favorite part. The boardroom's okay, but the classroom part is the best part of the district. And it really helps to center me going to those classrooms and remembering what we're doing and why we're doing it and how it actually plays out into the lives of kids. I also wanted to, we have another retiree, Miss Ray Connolly. Today is her last official day in the district. So thank you to Miss Connolly, who is retiring tomorrow. And then I just wanted to thank Adam Larson. He is our head of facilities. I have been able to visit Sunset Heights with them as they are looking at some of those projects we're talking about in relationship to bond and having those safety measures and redos. And he's really been grinding and working really, really hard to make sure that those projects are not delayed for the students. And this morning I got to watch him work his magic with some contractors, and rest assured the facilities department is working very hard to ensure that any delays are done away with. So I just wanted to thank Adam Larson.
So I just wanted to, I know next week is 4th of July, so I know a lot of families love going out, seeing the fireworks show with our city of Peoria, and getting out and celebrating our country and our independence. So I just wanted to wish everybody a happy 4th of July, since we won't see you till our next board meeting, July 13th. Yeah, 10th, thank you, 10th. And I did want to just kind of update, if you weren't able to watch, we did have a study session right before this board meeting. You can watch it online at our district website. And it was discussion on the Title IX regulations coming down from the Biden administration. And there is a lot, we just really dive deep into those regulation changes. And for me as a mom and as a wife and as a woman, I will not comply with the Biden administration. I will fight it tooth and nail.
Thank you. Moving on to section 4.3, superintendent comments, turning the time over to Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Proffitt and members of our governing board, cabinet guests. A few celebrations to extend. Peoria Unified's summer school program, also known as Achievement Academy, is well underway with plenty of exciting developments. Rising first and second graders improved their reading fluency with foundations, while rising seventh graders worked on targeted lessons about exponents and the order of operations in iReady Math. Also taking place during the summer is project-based learning at Heritage Elementary through our 21st Century Grant. And this year's theme guided students to create and build their own amusement park with cardboard materials. Upgrade students created a presentation accompanying their roller coaster rides to sell their idea to their audience. And these are just a few snapshots of the great work that is going on during the summer, and we can't wait to see how our students move into our upcoming school year to thrive there as well. I would also like to recognize several Peoria Unified alumni for their recent achievements. Ironwood High School class of 2024's Rachel Combe was recently named National Merit Embry-Riddle Scholarship recipient. She plans to attend Embry-Riddle University this fall to study aerospace engineering. Congratulations on this major academic accomplishment, Rachel, and best of luck in your future. I would also like to congratulate Nailis Uzagir and Pablo Macias on being named the Arizona Girl and Boy Wrestlers of the Year, respectively, by the Arizona Republic and USA Today. Nailis left a legacy at Peoria High School with her incredible career stats. Similarly, Pablo has left his mark at Ironwood High School. So congratulations to these two outstanding alumni. Finally, I want to recognize Centennial High School class of 2018's Dominique Hampton as he begins an NFL career with the NFL's Washington Commanders. Hampton was instrumental in bringing success to Centennial during his time as a Coyote, and we are eager to cheer him on as he plays for the Commanders. Congratulations, and best of luck in your career. And I just didn't have the chance to echo some of the comments that were made earlier. So, Mr. Molino, my turn. You've been the best superintendent I could ever be an associate to, and I mean that. I think there are 4 words that summarize your leadership for me, and that's based on how we've worked together and partnered together over the past couple of months, and that starts with servitude. You are a servant leader, which means you put others before yourself. You are also a steward. You manage and are responsible for taking care of all of our resources, all of our people, and that's something that's exemplified in your day-to-day actions and decisions. Sacrifice. You give up a lot, and I'm hopeful that you'll be able to find some time to give back a little bit of what's been taken as you gear back down, so to speak. Even though it's still a big job, you've earned that opportunity. And then lastly, steadfastness. Your belief, your determination, and your loyalty to this organization is very much appreciated, and looking forward to taking or sharing the baton for a couple more days, and July 1's right around the corner. So congratulations to you, sir. Thank you again, and looking forward to the future.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to section 6.1. This was an item pulled from consent. So it's intergovernmental agreement between Vail Unified School District and Peoria Unified School District for the Beyond Textbook programs. Let's start. We do have a public comment tied to this, and then I'm sure there'll be some questions. So Dr. Hernandez is ready to answer some of those questions, but let's start with public comment. Ms. Todd? Also, during comments tonight, I think they said the timer on the podium is not working, but the timer on either screen is, so for your 3 minutes. Is that right?
If I could see. Okay. Since I've not heard the exact presentation of the facts of this particular textbook looking approval system, I have had, and I want to say thank you very much, many conversations in the last 3 days over this process. And I thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for giving me the pieces that don't show up when you do your research into the company, the school, the materials, the samples, and what other schools are using this. And what I have picked up so far, and we'll see what else is explained to everyone, that this is for one building for a principal who has used it in the past and for a curriculum director here who has also used this, and looking at the data system. And what pleases me the most is it takes our standards from Arizona and it complements them with what we're doing and what is in that textbook system. So in that school district, this will be a good look at how does this work and how does this help? Will it improve the proficiencies of the children in those schools? Time will tell. But I love seeing and hearing about how some of the parts that we are trying to use are now going to be very accountable. There will be data from this and evaluation that shows that it does work or it doesn't work. It will give us more data into how we can help our children achieve higher and higher proficiencies in their subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Hernandez, would you mind just coming up or stay there, whatever, just give us a brief overview of what we're talking about in the conversations we've had?
Certainly. Good evening, President Proudfit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit more information about Beyond Textbooks. Beyond Textbooks is a software application developed by the Vail School District. The purpose is to support unpacking of the Arizona state standards to make them more accessible to teachers as they develop deeper understandings of the skill and the conceptual knowledge that students need to be able to become masters of the Arizona state standards. Lake Pleasant Elementary has requested to utilize the standards unwrapped documents functionality from Beyond Textbooks as a tool for their teachers. This is used to increase the teacher efficacy in understanding the standards, along with increasing student achievement. While Beyond Textbooks does offer a resource/curriculum, we will not be using that at Lake Pleasant here in Peoria Unified because it is not a board-approved, district-approved curriculum. So that functionality will be disabled and teachers will continue to use our adopted curriculum resources. So just a little bit more about those unwrapped documents. So the unwrapped document is for each specific standard, and it gives teachers information about performance levels. So what does that standard look like? Highly proficient, partially proficient, minimally proficient, et cetera. It gives them understandings of the expectations of complexity of thinking and depth of knowledge from within a standard. It helps them to know key vocabulary that will support students, key skills that will support students in acquiring mastery of those standards. And it also gives teachers tips on here are some of the common errors students make along the way in acquiring that new skill or learning. Additionally, it gives them models of what that new skill or learning looks like when it's at that mastery level. Additionally, Lake Pleasant has committed to a robust program evaluation of its use of Beyond Textbooks implementation this coming school year. The principal who sends regards, he was unable to be here this evening, but he has already met with our program evaluator and developed 4 research questions and the associated data points we will use to determine if it is effective in meeting our goals to 1, increase teacher efficacy with standards, and 2, to increase student efficiency, student achievement, because that is our goal. So that's just a little bit about how they intend to use that particular product.
Thank you. We'll just go to the board if there's any questions. Do you have any questions, Mrs. Ewing?
I'll just say thank you so much for that in-depth description, and thank you for the response that we did also get to all the board members. I appreciate that in-depth.
Mr. Sandoval?
Yeah, no, agreed. I think, what was said during public comment and what you just say to Dr. Hernandez, I mean, it's, it further really certifies that our decisions as a district aren't made in a vacuum, right? They're very well-informed and research data-driven, et cetera, and adding more toolboxes into our teachers, more tools into our teachers' toolboxes, to ensure their success, help them grow, as they look to adapt and focus on student success in the classroom. So thank you.
I know I've asked you a lot of questions today about this, and we've been talking about it. Just for point of clarity, this agreement would be implementing this system for essentially 1 year at this one campus, And at the end of that year, what is your plan for assessing the efficacy of the program?
President Profit, that is correct. It is for 1 year only. And so throughout the school year, we'll be evaluating through teacher surveys as well as our local assessment data and the conclusion of the school year with our state assessment data to determine its effectiveness. So throughout the year, we'll progress monitor, and at the conclusion of the school year, before we determine if another contract is appropriate, we'll have completed that program evaluation to determine its effectiveness.
During those progress monitoring, would that be something you'd include in like a Friday report or hold off till the end of the year?
President Profit, at the board's will, I'd be happy to provide either.
Great, thank you. Mrs. Rooks, do you have any questions?
I did have just 2 more questions because I know we talked earlier today, but then they popped into my head. So with regards to, you mentioned the resource tab button, if that's turned off, I guess who has access to turning it off, and does anybody else have access to turn it on, or is that kind of like your department that handles it?
President Profit, Mrs. Rooks. So the Beyond Textbook Administrator from the Vail School District turns the functionality off at that point. As a district administrator, I will also have view into the use of the product, as will the principal at the school. So we can verify that it is indeed turned off and they are not able to access any of those resources.
Okay, and that would just be for the teachers, like this Beyond Textbook wouldn't be in front of the kids, I guess. They wouldn't have their own access to it.
President Profit, Mrs. Rooks, that is correct. This is only a teacher-accessed tool.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I think that was it that I had circled. So thank you, I appreciate it. It's all questions.
Wonderful. Do you have any motions?
Yeah, I'll move that we approve the intergovernmental agreement between Vail Unified School District and the Peoria Unified School District for the Beyond Textbooks program.
I will second. We have a motion made by Mr. Sandoval and a second made by myself. Board members, please cast your vote. Motion passes with 3 yeas and 1 abstention. Moving on to 6.2, we have a second read of policy section JHD. Mr. Nuttall, you want to take us through that?
We sure can. Thank you, President Prodfit, members of the governing board. The first read, if you'll recall, was brought forward a few board meetings ago, and then just 2 weeks ago on the 12th, per governing board motion and vote to bring forward language in the second read that is reflective of the actual statute. We did confirm with legal counsel as to whether or not, as we skip ahead of ASBA's recommendations, if there was any risk to the school district in any capacity. She agreed that we absolutely could move forward to reflect the second read language for policy. That is reflective of the statute, so you'll see that here this evening to changed certified to licensed, which is reflective of the statute. So no other changes were recommended by the board to bring forward for second read, so what you see is reflective of your recommendations. We hope to have reflected that here this evening.
Wonderful, thank you. Board members, are there any questions in regards to this?
I was just going to say thank you for checking to make sure that this was the right thing to do, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to, the reason why I pulled them from consent is just so that we have that chance for a second read for the community to just, so they're aware of it. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Wonderful. That being said, I motion to approve changes to policy JHD as presented.
I will second.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving to 6.3, second read of policy section IHA. Dr. Hernandez, you want to take us through that?
President Profit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests, there were a number of changes with policy IHA, and so I will go through them in detail. The policy updates specific pieces for social studies coursework and other language changes that bring clarity to the course of study for elementary schools. First, at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2, language has been added to underscore the competency is defined by the adopted state standards for each subject area. Next, policy language was updated to reflect program requirements for social studies specific to civics, the Holocaust, and the constitutions, noting that Peoria Unified is in compliance with these requirements. Next, policy language was updated to reflect subject area requirements specific to health and physical education, Arizona Revised Statute 15-701.03, mental health instruction, specific to the multiple dimensions of health, which are embedded in the Arizona Health Standards from 2010, Strand 1, Concept 2. Policy language allows for districts to meet this requirement in courses other than health. For example, in Peoria Unified, we do not offer health classes in K-8, so we meet the state expectations by teaching the overlapping health standards through the physical education standards in our K-8 PE classes. And during first read, I'd given some examples about what this looks like in our first grade, our second grade, and our fifth grade, along with our middle school.
Thank you. Board members, are there any questions? Mr. Sandoval? Ms. Strux? Wonderful. I motion to approve changes to policy IHA as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 6.4, second read of policy section IKF. Dr. Hernandez?
President Profit, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. As a refresher, policy IKF has fewer updates to it, but the language has been updated respective to ARS 15-710. The district's course offerings are currently in compliance with the updated language specific to 1 year of instruction in state and federal constitutions, American institutions and ideals, and the history of Native Americans is included in Arizona history. As a reminder, Peoria Unified utilizes the block schedule, so the model that accelerates and condenses year-long content into semesters.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Nope. I motion to approve changes to policy IKF as presented. Board members, please cast your votes.
I'll second.
Oh,
that.
thank you. Jeez. Motion made by myself, second made by Mr. Sandoval. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to section 7, our action items. There's no public comment tied to our action items. Section 7.1 is discussion, and consideration of the publication of the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, classroom site funds, and other expenditure budgets and authorization. And this is our public hearing. Or no, I'm sorry, the public hearing will be no later than July 15th.
Yes, and
Turn the time over to Ms. Myers.
Thank you very much, and good evening, President Proudfit, Dr. Summers, Cabinet and Community. Thank you for the opportunity to present the district's fiscal year 2025 proposed expenditure budget. Tonight, I will share general requirements and information, as well as highlights of the fiscal year 2025 budget process and proposed budget amounts that include maintenance and operations, district additional assistance, classroom site fund, as well as select cash-controlled and grant funds. In addition, I will provide remarks on the Casimir case in Maricopa County and the district's estimated tax rate for next year. I would also like to acknowledge Veronica Fabella and Araceli Angel, our 2 budget analysts who were instrumental in the development of this proposed budget this evening. Per Arizona Revised Statute 15-905, school districts are required to adopt an expenditure budget by July 15th each year, and this includes the requirement to propose and publish the expenditure budget no later than July 5th, and to hold a public hearing prior to the proposed budget formally being adopted. The proposed budget will be published online by ADE as well as the Peoria Unified School District. And again, the public hearing will take place at our next governing board meeting, which is scheduled to be July 10th, 2024. Budget revisions will subsequently take place in December and May during the new fiscal year, and the expenditure budget development is a multi-month process that involves input from the district's budget team that represents various employee groups throughout the district, and they provide input on compensation and budget development and priorities. And prior to tonight's meeting, there have been several meetings and presentations with the governing board, a study session, as well as other action items and presentations related to the fiscal year 2025 budget that included compensation increases, retention stipends, benefit renewal costs, salary schedule adjustments, and other budget expenditures that were reviewed and approved. And ultimately, over 2 meetings, April 11th and April 25th, the majority of the action did take place at those 2 meetings, as well as prior approvals related to expenditures like our medical benefit renewal for the new year. I have previously shared that the Arizona Auditor General's Office and ADE initially issued preliminary budget forms. I shared that information back in May, and so it was a preliminary budget packet for fiscal year 2025, and that was due to the length of the legislative session and where the legislature was in the budget process at that point in time. And I mentioned during that meeting that if the district were to adopt our budget on preliminary forms, that would require us to come back in September to have a budget revision at that point. And a lot has happened in the last few weeks. On June 15th, the legislature did approve the fiscal year 2025 budget, and the governor signed the $16.1 billion state of Arizona budget on June 18th, 2024. And accordingly, just this last Friday, updated final forms were released and published by the Arizona Auditor General and ADE. Whoop. The budget that is being proposed tonight reflects the recently approved fiscal year 2025 State of Arizona budget and related outcomes for public school districts. I have shared before that the equalization formula for school districts consists of 3 main parts: the base support level, the transportation support level, or TRCL, and the district additional assistance component. And this formula is the basis for how public school districts are funded every year. And the base support level is an amount of money determined annually by the legislature per 1.0 weighted student count. So it's based on student enrollment. And the fiscal year 2025 approved state budget includes a 2% increase to the base level, increasing next year's base level amount to $5,013 per student. And this final percentage was the amount the district actually anticipated that we worked with during the spring as we presented our budget development updates to the governing board, and we worked with the budget team. And in addition to that 2% increase, there is an increase to our transportation funding amounts. The per route mile, you'll see noted on this slide, increased, as well as classroom site fund. That was previously shared with the governing board in April when we brought forward compensation recommendations. And it's also important to note that the annual additional Prop 123 funding that public school districts receive each year is a $75 million amount that was included in the 2025 state budget. It is sunsetting in fiscal year 2026, pending any additional legislative or voter initiative action. And so just as a point of reference for Peoria Unified, the annual amount that we receive from that additional funding is $2,328,075. The fiscal year 2025 State of Arizona budget also includes a one-time state aid district additional assistance, also known as capital $23,142,000 increase, which will be distributed on a proportional basis to Arizona school districts based on the DAA funding formula, and this is going to be calculated by ADE. And in addition, there's new funding related to the free and reduced price lunch calculation. It's a student weight. It's a program that's in place. There's $37 million, which will be distributed based on the free and reduced program calculation, the weighted student count for districts and charters. And even though these two amounts were included in the final budget, you'll note on the attached budget forms that ADE asked districts to leave that blank as they are calculating what that proportionate amount will be. We're not expecting our portion of the $23 million to be a significantly large amount, but once we have that update, that'll be included in our next budget revision. And ADE will determine, again, the actual distribution for both programs, and districts will be allowed to determine if that additional funding should be used in their maintenance and operations or their capital accounts. I've also shared in the past information regarding the aggregate expenditure limit, also known as the AEL. It's a statewide cap, 40-plus year formula on spending in the state of Arizona for education. And if the aggregate expenditure limit is not overridden by the legislature in both houses by March 1st each year, that AEL limit is then is in place, and districts must cut their budgets effective April 1st, and it requires actually a reduction in the last quarter of the fiscal year. And so during the legislative session, the legislature did address the AEL, and it was overridden for fiscal year 2025. And each year, various internal and external factors are considered as part of our budget process. We've seen this slide many times. Just to note, embedded in tonight's proposed budget are items that we've brought to your attention through the process as we track student enrollment, and we have noted the decrease in student enrollment. Inflation impacts on things like utilities and custodial services, fuel costs, Arizona State Retirement System, or benefit renewal, all of those items that we've brought forward in the past, as well as the minimum wage increase that occurs every year, and priorities related to student learning and related resources. Also, in addition to the fixed and variable expenses, there is a focus during the budget development process, and areas of priority are listed on this slide. We've shared this with the governing board in the past, but we've had a focus on not only adjusting for enrollment declines, but also recruiting and retaining quality teachers, staff instructional resources, and then, of course, long-term employee compression. So tonight, with our maintenance and operations budget, this is the fund where most of the daily operations for the district take place. We have the majority of our salaries and benefits, purchase services, supplies, utilities, special education, and transportation costs are also included in our maintenance and operations budget. The proposed fiscal year 2025 M&O budget amount is $307,865,628, and it's based on 33,183.3443 unweighted student count. And you'll note preschool and kindergarten numbers don't fully come into that number because we don't necessarily receive full funding for those students, but it's an estimate for fiscal year 2025, including our fiscal year 2024 projected carry forward. Included in this proposed budget is the $3.6 million cost associated with the 2% raise to the base base that was previously approved by the governing board, as well as other salary schedule adjustments. And the proposed budget also includes $33.1 million of funding that is available due to the district having the 13% M&O override in place. Capital funding is used to purchase technology, software, instructional aids, textbooks, vehicles, equipment, tangible items. It also can include comprehensive maintenance for a building, HVAC repair, carpeting, etc. And the proposed district additional assistance budget is $56,059,880. and this does include a projected capital carry forward of $35.4 million, which is a similar amount to last year as we've developed our capital improvement plan and manage multi-year projects. And you'll see noted on this slide, we do refer some of those projects because back in 2023, the district was tasked to put into place a capital improvement plan. It was one of our priorities with our strategic plan and facility master planning, as well as initiatives related to operations and maintenance, safety and enrollment capacity. And this priority was approved by the governing board. It was one of our former superintendent's goals during that year, and it is updated periodically, and we bring those updates to the governing board as well. And so for fiscal year 2025, the plan includes both capital dollars as well as carry forward, school facilities oversight board renewal grants, E-rate, and also it's important to note that at this point we do not have any bond dollars, so we're relying fully on either new capital funding or our carry forward and grants. And within our capital improvement plan and priorities noted on this slide, we have $2 million of priority and essential projects that have been previously identified and shared. DAC cameras and high school cameras, $713,000. We have bus replacements at just under $500,000, technology replacements and carpet replacements, as well as textbooks. You'll note in recent years we've been regularly doing textbook adoptions, and so we do have a budget line item for our next textbook adoption and instructional resources in the area of learning and teaching. Also, the continuation of new elementary school construction at Lake Pleasant. You'll note we actually awarded our bid tonight. We were very excited to do that, and you'll be seeing future action related to Liberty High School as well. So some of these projects, they may end up being a multi-year project depending on when the procurement phase is ended and award is made, construction begins. Sometimes it bridges 2 fiscal years. And then classroom site fund, as defined in statute, it can be used for classroom teacher and student support services staff who are coded to function 2100. And this is funded each year by a 0.6 cent sales tax, originally in Prop 301, and then of course that was extended by the legislature, as well as the state land trust revenues. And the estimated amount per weighted student count for fiscal year 2025 is $792. That's an increase of $34 or 5% from last year, resulting for Peoria Unified in an additional $657,645 of new funding. In April, the governing board approved several budget initiatives and considerations for fiscal year 2025 from this funding source because we have a carry forward and we've been prioritizing how to utilize those dollars in the best way possible here in the district. And that resulted in an increase to our certified teacher placement schedule, certified staff placement schedule going from 48,000 to 51,000. We, again, were able to do a 10% increase to the classroom site fund portion of compensation for eligible staff, and also our 2,200 eligible employees got the same percentage from M&O. And then the continuation of the protected day for teachers, but we added in some additional employee groups, including nurses, LPNs, and eligible related services staff. And in addition, we were able to have a $300 additional amount that was approved from either classroom site fund or M&O for eligible employees who worked with the district for 4 to 20 years to help address banded compression. And this, again, includes our 2,200 employees as well as the certified teachers. And so the cost, or rather the budget, I should say, for classroom site fund next year, including the carry forward, is $73,963,537. And the proposed budget also contains budgeted amounts for non-levy cash-controlled funds. And I have examples of those funds on this slide. I will highlight, again, we do not have any bond funding in this budget. Another annual budget line item is funding high school resource officers from our indirect cost fund. That's detailed on this slide. We have an IGA with both the cities of Peoria and the city of Glen Glendale. In addition, there are $39,545,959 dollars of federal and state grants in the budget. District administration does regularly monitor grant opportunities to support the district where appropriate. Examples of federal and state grants include Title I, IDEA, Perkins, School Facilities Board, Medicaid, and public schools, and the final stages of our COVID or pandemic relief funding, federal funding that the district has. There's $1.1 million of E-rate technology grants and $7 million projected for school facilities oversight renewal grants. And again, Medicaid and public schools, we've mentioned it before, those are payments we receive from our participation in the program, and those dollars can be used for any M&O eligible expense. At the April 25th, governing board meeting, an enhancement to the previously approved retention stipend was approved by the governing board. So we went from just $500 across the board to a phased amount, $500, $750, or $1,000, depending on years of service. And the real reason why I highlight that is the retention stipends are paid for from cash-controlled funds, including Medicaid and public schools, eligible grants, community education, and indirect cost. Administration has previously shared that Peoria Unified received 3 grants from the federal government related to the pandemic, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. ESSER 1 and 2 were fully expended prior to this fiscal year. We are in the final stages of spending ESSER 3. The majority of that federal grant is being expended this year, but we do anticipate $7.4 million of that grant will be rolling into next fiscal year. It sunsets September 30th, and what that is simply a mechanism if any activities had not completed by June 30th or any items ordered or services procured had not been completed, you have to roll into that next fiscal year. So it's simply a requirement to ensure that we have continuity for any open items, including textbook adoption, activities, summer school, technology purchases, instructional aids, resources, staff training, professional development, and related activities. Kassemeyer. And I will say there has been debate in the school finance community on the correct pronunciation. The Arizona Court of Appeals did make a ruling that will retroactively impact the property taxes that have been collected from 2015 to 2023 in Maricopa County. Specifically, the court held that under state statute, any transition from a Class 3 primary residence to a Class 4 non-primary residence or rental property or vice versa was a change in use. The ruling substantially altered the calculation for certain limited property values during those years, and subsequently all taxing districts within Maricopa County will be impacted. Now, the impact for that date range is separate from any future tax activity, and the property tax base, the limited property value, the full cash value, that's been corrected and adjusted moving forward. So we're looking at a point in time, 2015 to 2023, that's being addressed with this class action lawsuit. And accordingly, the Maricopa County Assessor's Office is submitting to the Treasurer's Office resolutions applicable to those tax years. And the number I have heard is 1 million resolutions throughout the entire county. And I believe they typically address somewhere around 20,000 a year. So Maricopa County school districts have been notified through no fault of their own, and that's important to note, that the districts will be required to refund revenue cash payments previously received related to those years that were collected and levied to support school district budgets. And so the work that's starting and is going to continue for a period of time will basically pull back any monies that had been deposited, resulting in negative cash amounts for the related school districts. Now, the Treasurer's Office has recently published the estimated financial impact, and again, this is an estimate. We're not the highest by any means. Some districts are significantly higher. We did provide to the governing board a comprehensive report in a Friday report. Peoria Unified's estimated amount is $7.2 million, but It's also important to note that the processing of the refunds, it will be starting in 2025, July through December. That's what we're hearing, and this is evolving daily, because in fact, we just got an update at 5:58 this evening. Districts should expect to see a decrease again in their cash payments, but until recently, there was no final direction available regarding the case. It was evolving. It was a situation within Maricopa County. But as part of the legislative session concluding the legislature's final work with the budget, they put into place under House Bill 2909 and Senate Bill 1747 session law that addressed a number of issues. The first was it automatically is requiring the state Arizona Department of Education to initiate a statewide state aid recalculation, where without that action, districts would have had to ask their governing boards to approve a resolution for each district to ask for that recalculation. So that is covered as automatic, will be part of it. It's also going to allow districts to use inaccessible cash as part of this analysis, meaning if you have any cash on hand that was above a budget limit, that can be used to offset the negative cash that's going to occur through this process. And then districts will be afforded the opportunity, if needed, to levy at the primary tax level with a line item clearly saying Casimir, any shortfalls, and as well as if there is a shortage and an increase in the tax rate, it is capped at 4%, and they would then require districts to borrow. Now, I can tell you we're not in that situation. We set our tax rate in August of each year. We understand from this most recent communication that just came out at 5:58 from Maricopa County Education Services Agency, from Heather Mock, our Assistant Superintendent of Economic Management with that agency. Even though there was an intent to allow districts to levy for the cash deficit in 2025, the mechanics of the statewide recalculation and all of the analysis that's taking place, it will most likely end up being something that's addressed in fiscal year 2026. So this is evolving, and that leads up to my next slide that I'll turn to, and that is our proposed tax rate. So every year when we propose our budget, we do estimate what we believe our tax rate will be, and based on our qualifying tax rate that's set at a state level, that's part of the equalization formula, the base support level, and then the district's primary taxes related to the override and our bond. We have provided our estimate using a tool from the Property Tax Oversight Commission, and again, our final tax rate will be set in August of this year. And you'll note, and we've shared this before, there has been an ongoing decrease, not only in the primary tax rate, but with our secondary tax rate in recent years, and you'll see that's reflected as well. And the main reason for that is the district's continuing amortization of our outstanding bonds, our assessed valuation within the district increasing in recent years, as well as our recent bond refunding that took place in 2024. And once again, any outcomes in the future related to this class action lawsuit would be separately identified. That was part of the direction and how things wrapped up with the legislature. So please stay tuned for updates as they become available. And so with that, the proposing and adoption of the expenditure budget as part of stewardship of resources, community resources here in the district, is the first action in the fiscal year related to financial reporting and compliance, and becomes part of our annual reporting process that we bring to the governing board, periodically our AFR in October, our annual financial audit, the results of the audit that's brought forward in the early spring. And so this is step one as we start fiscal year 2025. And so with that, administration does recommend the governing board approve the fiscal year 2025 proposed budget as presented tonight, to be brought forward again for adoption after a public hearing on July 10th. That's the current date. By statute, it has to occur, the hearing and the adoption, no later than July 15th. And with that, administration is available to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll start with Ms. Ewing.
I just want to tell you, thank you so much for giving us all the updates on the case, especially with just getting news in at 5:58. So I really appreciate that because I know I was telling Dr. Summers I've seen that Scottsdale is getting hit really hard with a rather large amount. So I appreciate that, and thank you so much for all of your in-depth information you've provided to us today. But I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Sandoval?
Yes, as always, thank you. Quick question though for you. I was listening, I promise, but the free and reduced lunch support is what I'm going to call it. I know it's divvied up amongst districts, but was that an increase or?
Thank you. President Proudfit, Mr. Sandoval, and members of the board. We believe it is going to result in an increase, but we are waiting for additional information from ADE. As soon as we get that update and I have more solid information to share, I can provide that in a Friday report, and then we would actually implement it with our December budget revision. The direction on the budget forms was leave blank. ADE will be providing additional information and a calculation.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for this very in-depth report. And I also know that this has been fluid, that lots of moving pieces. And I also don't know the correct pronunciation, but I know that it stinks. And I'm highly frustrated by this because, I mean, in my house, you take responsibility for the mistakes you make, and it seems unfair that it's being put on the districts now to pay this back. I was glad to hear, and I just want to make sure that I understood, because as I was looking into this, there was talk of this needing to be paid back Q3, Q4 of 2004 out of M&O, and you're saying that's not the case, that this payback is likely going to be end of 2025? Is that what I'm understanding?
Thank you. President Proudfit, members of the governing board, this is going to be a multi-month process. The statewide recalculation will take place in several months, and that's necessary for additional calculations to take place. The actual guidance that we're receiving is there's going to be a formula. There's also the final cost of the judgments, the refunds, the state aid payment by district. All of that will be compiled and start to be finalized in December of 2024, early 2025. So it would be difficult for districts to have all of the information to fully make any adjustments this summer. Most likely will come through next year. There are estimates, the statewide recalculation, any inaccessible cash that can become part of it. The state is not paying the district's portions. They will have to be available to allow that cash to be taken back, but then the mechanics of cash on hand, you would not levy for anything that you already had on hand, as an example. But that $7.2 million is spread across multiple funds, including M&O, capital, override, and bond.
Okay. Well, and I guess just thank you for leading us in a conservative direction, because I know that there's a lot of districts out there being hit way harder than us, and they also don't have quite the same financial situation we do. So thank you for your leadership in that regard.
Thank
That
you.
is all the questions I have.
Thank you. And if I may add, President Proudfit, members of the governing board, the majority of that 7.2 is in M&O capital and M&O override.
Mrs. Rooks?
No, I have no questions, but thank you for the presentation tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I motion to approve the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed expenditure budget and the publication of the proposed fiscal year 2024-2025 budget summary and hearing notice, and authorize a public hearing to be held no later than July 15th, 2024.
I'll second that.
We have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mr. Sandoval. Board members, please cast your votes. Motion passes with 4 yeas.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no discussion items this evening, so we're going to move on to public comment. We have quite a few public comments tonight, and we're going to be able to get to all of them if that's okay with everybody. I just want to remind everyone of the rules of public comment. The rules of conduct. We're going to require the speakers and the audience to refrain from abusive or profane remarks, disruptive outbursts, applause, protests, or any other conduct with disrupts or interferes with the orderly conduct of the business of the meeting. Personal attacks on board members, staff, or members of the public are not allowed. It's inappropriate to utilize a public hearing, the public comment segment, or any other agenda items for the purpose of making political speeches, engaging in such conduct, and failing to cease such conduct upon the request of the presiding officer will be grounds for ending a speaker's time at the podium or further removal of any disruptive person from the meeting at the direction of the board president. So that being said, we have quite a few comments, and just a reminder, you'll be able to track your 3 minutes on this screen or this screen. Our first public comment is from Dolores Caslin. I forgot my readers, so
Thank you, President Proudfoot, board members, superintendent, old and new, and all the families listening to this meeting. I was told as a child, Dolores, your actions have reactions and consequences. By allowing girl wannabes to go into the girls' bathrooms, your actions have created the consequence of losing 50 years of scholarships for female athletes, Title IX. But I have great news for you. 10 states have stood strong and said no to the change in Title IX, which give females scholarships to college. These schools, school boards, and states recognize what is the correct decision. Stand up for female-only scholarships for girls. Title IX is originally written. I've just finished reading the newly released fantastic book written by the University of Kentucky swimmer Riley Gaines. Thank God for her courage. I encourage you and everybody out there to read it. The facts and science are clearly laid out and is why I'm standing here today. A couple of you debated heavily last meeting on providing unlicensed counselors to students. However, I hear no discussion on saying no to bathroom choice of the whim of student, which has the reaction of losing thousands of dollars to deserving girls for sports scholarships given by Title IX. Separation of females and males is a must. Imagine not discussing families leaving Peoria schools, but families coming to Peoria schools because boys will go to boys' bathrooms and locker rooms, girls will go to the protected space of a bathroom and locker room. Only if you, and yes, you, parents, board members, grandparents, fathers, and mothers have the courage to stand up and be counted on this issue. I want to be counted. I do not want to be complacent in the protecting of our children and young adults. I have two beautiful and talented granddaughters. I am standing up today for privacy for these girls, safety, equal opportunity for both sexes. I leave with you the peace that passes all understanding, and this you will only find if you do the right thing. Stand up, as Riley Gaines has had the God-given courage to do. Stand up for girls at birth. Boys at birth have their own bathrooms, locker rooms, and scholarships from a 50-year-ago decision. These decisions are far-reaching into our society. Please fight for common sense in a world that's lost its mind. Thank you.
Just a reminder, we can't have any applause during public comment. Our next speaker is Jody B. Not here? Okay. Isaac Glover.
Good evening. I just wanted to remind everybody that men cannot be women, boys cannot be girls, and unfortunately, from the other side, I hear a lot of times that they don't understand the lived experience that they go through. Well, I can tell you, as a boy who grew up in Sierra Vista, down in Cochise County, I sometimes would wear tutus and paint my nails, and that was wrong. Children are very impressionable. And at that point in my life, I needed to be led in the correct direction. and said I was not. Now, by the grace of God, I'm standing here, not with purple hair and not in a tutu, not in a dress, but in a nice business suit. I just came from work, so that's the only reason why. But children are very impressionable. You should be leading them in the correct direction, not in the wrong direction. You should be protecting girls. We have a separation of boys and girls, not because sometimes people wear dresses. We have a separation because boys and girls, men and women, are different. And I'm not going to go and explain how they're different. It's been explained literally millions of times at this point. If you don't get it, there's probably no hope for you. I'm sorry. But we should be standing to protect these children. And when they're confused about certain things, we do not stoke that confusion by telling them, oh no, little Johnny, maybe you are actually a little girl. No, that's wrong. That's inappropriate. You do not, when they have certain feelings that deviate from the natural order, you should not stoke that, because that's incorrect. My personal opinion, I don't think we should have, for example, pride flags. Back when I was at Kellis High School, when I was going, Kellis was the first school. I'd been to many schools, North Paulding High School over in Georgia, Samuel McLaren Middle School, which is right next to it, FAMU DRS over in Tallahassee, plenty of schools. When I came here to Kellis, that was the first school I'd ever saw a bunch of pride flags. They were kind of like stickers, or it was like a heart, and then it had the pride thing. It said, "This is a safe space," on the sticker. That's inappropriate. We should be teaching our boys to be men and our girls to be women in order, in the proper order, in the natural order of things. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Our next public comment is Mr. Jeff Toby.
Good evening, Board. Recently, I had the opportunity to join you guys at the School Safety Summit in Glendale, Arizona. One of the classes that I signed up for, I think I was the only non-administrator there, was the district legalities, talking about what districts are responsible for legally. And not very many people are aware, but school districts are not the legal guarantors of our kids' safety, legally speaking. They are also not liable for any and all risks or injury that may occur while on campus or doing school activities. And there's no obligation to provide anything above what's normal and customary, unless the risk or the injury is what's called foreseeable or unreasonable. If you open up your books, your legal books, to ARS 15341, it outlines 50 or so requirements from the school board that they're supposed to be doing legally. One of which is to adopt rules and policies that comply with state statute. So the changes to Title IX are rules and processes proposed by the Department of Education place this district in an impossible position, risk losing federal funding, or become liable to subjugating students, teachers, staff, even contractors visiting our campuses to potential criminal violations of state statutes, such as indecent exposure, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, impairing the morals or health of a minor, or others, all of which are majority felonies. The Constitution does say that federal law supersedes state and local law, the supremacy clause of our Constitution. However, these rule changes are not law. I would encourage you to have your executive session and bring along with you your insurance carrier, a representative, to do a dollar and cent cost analysis on what it would cost this district in the potential unlimited and very nebulous allegations to the new definitions of Title IX versus joining the fight and fighting for the existing Title IX to protect boys and girls. I'm sure they'll give you a very fair analysis on what the right choice is. We've been talking about this issue for years. The risk is foreseeable. This district cannot deny that. The new definitions of Title IX alter the meanings and legal implications, which makes the risk also unreasonable. Please continue to look for avenues to find ways to protect students and staff. This is our first obligation as a district. I understand that the recent injunction does not include Arizona, so that means that we have to act. Either we act or we have to subjugate ourselves to the new rules of Title IX. Also, the consequences, say we don't go by the rules of Title IX, what are the consequences? First, the Department of Education has to send 2 notices per Title IX to try to get the district into compliance. And if they don't, then they have to get congressional action before they can even take away our funding. The law is on our side. We have time. We have recourses to make this right. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Janelle Wood.
Greetings, Board President Proudfit, members of the board, Superintendent Summers, good to see you again, and community members. My name is Reverend Janelle Wood, founder and CEO of Black Mothers Forum. Tonight, I was asked to come before you to support your decision to terminate the employment of the Peoria High School principal, who failed to keep some of the Black basketball players over at Peoria High School safe from sexual predators. As the governing board's body is responsible for ensuring the safety and well-being of our students, we at Black Mothers Forum agree with your decision, and we commend your courage to make that decision. It is crucial, and it was very crucial, that you took decisive action in these cases where such grave misconduct occurred. Whether the principal was directly involved in these sexual crimes against our children, there must have been an atmosphere that was in place that made people believe that they could not come forth and share this information with her sooner, and they thought maybe they would be retaliated against, or perhaps they felt that even if they came forth, nothing would happen. So again, we commend you for this. Our children need to be safe, and as individuals have already stated, we want to make sure that our children are not sexually exploited or abused or harmed in their respective learning environments. Furthermore, your decision serves as a reminder of this board's commitment to the high standards placed on those who serve in the role of principal in the Peoria Unified School District. No matter how beloved that individual may be, they still have a responsibility to fulfill their role to keep students safe, all students safe. So I encourage you to continue to clean house. Make sure that you look at whether or not we have a code of conduct. I asked this question when I came to meet with the superintendent, and of course he's new, so I asked him to find out if there is a code of conduct for the adults that stand in front of our children. And if it is one, we need to see it. The community, students, parents need to know what's expected of the adults who stand in front of their children. So I ask you to please continue your focus on making sure all students are safe from sexual predators, and don't stop taking the steps necessary to ensure that this happens and that safeguards are put in place for all students. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Janelle Bowles.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm here to talk about Title IX. This microphone's not operating with me. You have approximately 30 days to make a decision, and you're running out of time. Before addressing you for the first time, which was 3-4 months ago, I had consulted with an attorney. So the information I was giving you came straight from an attorney. The school board has to join with other school boards, now you know there are other school boards, to sue the Biden administration and block Title IX. How did we get here? It was addressed by our district attorney an hour or so ago, who specializes in Title IX in 2020, that Trump had changed some things on Title IX. What was actually changed was to protect women in colleges from being raped. As of 2021, sorry, this microphone's going a little crazy. Biden administration added as discrimination being gender identity, not discrimination due to gender of male and female. As of April 19th, regulations were issued. April 29th, Multiple lawsuits were filed, as was discussed or you saw our attorney presented. August 1st is the effective date, whether you like it or not, that the new regulations go into place. You were sworn in to abide by federal law. You're in a difficult place, and I'm sorry for that. But make no mistake, you were also sworn in as a board member to protect our children. Women are not asking for privileges. We're just asking for the bare minimum. You have choices: to sue the Biden administration, which I believe is the only choice, unfortunately. Kick the can down the road and be forced to adhere, or adopt Title IX and force it upon our children. I'd like to address two concerns from the study session, Title IX, an hour or so ago on the PowerPoint, among many, but just two I would like to, because I didn't hear a question come up regarding this one. There was a PowerPoint slide of defining who a parent is. That's really concerning. So I would ask that the board would please go back to that slide and ask the right questions, because what I understood was that could be anybody defined as a parent, which, by the way, is breaking Arizona law because of our parental rights. And then again, the laws of First Amendment rights, which was already brought up by Ms. Heather Rooks. If you're concerned about money, I can tell you, and if you want to ask me, any board members or anybody in the room, we already have nonprofits that will come up alongside this school district. Along with that, we have other school districts that will come up alongside of us. So no, we're not going to be alone, but we've got to do something. We're running out of time. You have less than 30, well, a little over 30 days. So school board members, sue the Biden administration. That is our only choice. And fulfill the swearing in of protecting our children. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Blanca Gamon.
Good evening, board, people that are here, and for nuestras familias de habla hispana que nos están escuchando en línea, les doy la bienvenida, welcoming our Spanish-speaking families. In our lifetime, we come across people that did make a difference and alter our lives that will never be the same again. And for me, that person was Landa Tartaglio. I was offering my best customer service at Peoria High School, enjoying my years there. My kids had gone through Peoria High School. And her son was there, and that's how I met her. After a couple of meetings, she looked at me and said, "Come be my secretary." And in the middle of all my inhibitions, I stared at her and I took a leap of faith and I said, "Let's do this." And for the next couple of years, I want to say that I was very blessed, very privileged to have Landa as my mentor, as my teacher, as my guide. Not just to be a great secretary, but to learn to own my school, love my school, be observant, be accountable, love my students, love my staff, to be excellent. As being a Bible reader, I couldn't help but know that there is a story of the great teacher and the young student Elijah, who in the hands of that great teacher went on to be, after being taken under his wings, a great man of God. The teacher inspired him. The teacher led him into being a leader, growing him, showing him accountability, doing it all for the greater good, the future of the people of God. And that, to me, was Landa, who took not only me, but may I say, took me and Ashley and Debbie and Trisha, Joanna, Anthony, Mia, Amy, Justina, Rosa, Brian, Juan, Mary, Michael, Michelle, Margarita, Jennifer, Jill, Brenda, great people, and brought them all to be amazing and to be excellent. And there are many, many more, all for the greater good of humanity and all for the greater good of this district. I thank the Lord for the great opportunity great opportunities that God has given me, and Landa coming to be in my life, teaching me how to be excellent. 2 years ago, I was one of the 1% that came to be the pride of Peoria at Ira Murphy Elementary. And it was a great, great joy that I was able to do that. I also know that my daughter also came to work, and under my leadership, she also became part of the 1% being named Rookie of the Year after 1 year of working for Peoria Unified School District. Two accounts that come to my mind. There was a student at Peoria High School, a Hispanic student that Landa needed to inform her parents that her student was getting an award that evening, and she couldn't find anybody to translate. She got on the phone with me, and on a three-way phone call, we spoke to that parent, and I was able to let her know her student was getting an award, and she was able to make it, because it wasn't good enough for Landa, for just them to be there, the people giving the award, the student, but she wanted to make sure that that student's family was there, and that family was there.
Your time is up. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Our next public comment is Mia.
Hi, good evening. I'm going to speak fast because I have a lot. I'm here to speak about the Cactus High School baseball coach. Again, as far as I know, Mike Berguglio is still in his position as the head coach. This is unacceptable. I had a meeting with the superintendent and the interim superintendent. What was going to be done, if anything, wasn't very clear, but nothing has been done as of yet. I have found out that this coach was fired from his last position in the Deer Valley School District. For this reason, I feel like our kids were failed by the hiring team, HR, the athletic director, whoever you want to, is involved with that. Somebody dropped the ball. So if you had just called and asked Boulder Creek, which is where he was before, they probably would have told you that he was fired and not coaching there anymore. The other thing I want to touch on is Title IX. Some of you kept telling Mrs. Rooks that she wasn't understanding, but I would say to you, you're not understanding. These changes will go into effect August 1st, and it's your job to protect our children. Summers, you do not have time to drag your feet on this and wait to see what changes or what doesn't. Our kids start school August 7th. So do not take the coward's way out and do nothing in hopes that others will. And I say that to all of you, not you, Rooks. I know sometimes you may not hear us up here. It may fall on deaf ears, but I ask that you hear me now. Protect our children. I stand with Heather Rooks, and I will not comply. I will not force my children to lie. I will not force my children to go against their gut instinct. But I will stand against you. So I ask you stand with Heather Rooks and act now. Quickly, I do not agree with the decision to put Landa on admin leave and now to not bring her back to Peoria. I am sorry and I have empathy for what happened to the kids that were there. However, I would say that their efforts, the lady that was up here previous, I would say that their efforts are misguided. I would look at HR and who hired the coach. From what I understand, the athletic director was never put on leave, and not one person has looked to HR for their answers. And we haven't gotten any answers as community members. So, thank you.
Our next public comment is Emmanuel Raymond. If anyone sees Jody or Emmanuel come back, just let me know. Nikki. And Chef. Thank you, and Chef.
Good evening, board members, members of the cabinet, and the community members. I'm here to talk about your enrollment. A couple times you've brought up a declining enrollment here at the board meetings, but haven't really addressed it. I'm referencing your own enrollment document that in 2010, of the 100% of the student population in Peoria, 83% attended a Peoria Unified School District. By 2020, those numbers went down to 76%. You project by 2030 those numbers to decline to 67%, and then 2033 to 65%. So that's only 65% of students who live in the district will choose to go to a Peoria Unified School District school. And you've also wondered why this was happening. I have a couple of ideas that you might want to consider. Just going to the Arizona Board of Education website, I pulled some information about the report cards for the different school districts. In Peoria Unified, only 43% of students are proficient or highly proficient in English and ELA, and then 37% are proficient or highly proficient in math. A couple of school districts that are doing better than Peoria are Deer Valley and Scottsdale Unified. A couple of your direct competitors, as you list on your website, are Legacy Peoria, Legacy Glendale, Basis Peoria, Candeo, Happy Valley, Great Heart Glendale Prep, Pinnacle Point, Challenge, and the schools that my children went to, which were choice academies. These were our charter schools. And speaking of choice academies, I enrolled my daughter in Peoria Unified for her junior year last year. And we ran into the situation with the Liberty High School campus allowing a boy to use the girls' bathroom. And at that time, they did not have to. They, although they claimed that they had to because of federal law, they actually did not have to. And I tried for a year to get that changed, and you guys didn't make any moves on it. So I unenrolled my daughter. She did not attend her senior year here, and I have a son who's attending high school at another campus. And I would just like to point out that the following year, that same student who was using the girls' bathroom assaulted another student on campus over this very issue. So I know I made the right decision to pull my daughter out. So those are just a couple of suggestions and reasons. Maybe you want to research about why your enrollment numbers are declining and possibly do something about it. I don't ever hear academics addressed in this boardroom. And that is why we send our kids to school, for academics, to get an education so that they're prepared to go into the workforce. And you're not even educating half of the students here in math and English. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Becky Smith.
I just want to speak regarding the Title IX changes. I think it's interesting and shocking that we don't even have these type of consequences for using racial slurs towards other humans that we interact with, but now we're going to hand down these type of consequences for pronouns that apply to maybe 1% of the population, and that this will even affect our kids outside of school in their interactions outside of school. I'm wondering how this does not violate the freedom of speech, or, as Heather brought up, someone's faith-based beliefs in their home and how they're raised. You're basically forcing people to deny that God made men and women. How does this affect WestMec when they put a policy in place? Like, if they can do it, how come we can't? I don't know how that works out. And we also learned that 26 states have joined the lawsuit, so that's the majority. It should tell you something. Tonight, we also learned that the district, we don't have to wait for our state, but the district can join the lawsuit. So that's what we're asking you to do. That's the only way to solve this at this point. Sandoval is always talking about meeting every student's needs every day. As much as I'd love to do that, like I'm sure we all would, unfortunately, it's not possible. That's like a utopian idea. There's no way to meet every student's needs every day. You're at one point going to not be meeting someone's needs. I looked up the definition of a utopia, and it's described as an imaginary community or society that possesses highly desirable or near perfect qualities for its members. Unfortunately, that's not possible, so some hard decisions will have to be made, and it should be made for the majority of people.
Our next public comment is Christina Rogers.
Good evening. I don't have anything wrote, but I do think that right now I feel like we're all being punked. And I want to wake up from this, or I'm wondering how much you guys are getting paid to punk all of us. At some point, we as adults need to stand up and protect our kids and stop the nonsense. At some point, it has to happen. We already saw through COVID, by you guys voting for the federal laws and doing all this stuff, the damage that you did to our children, then bringing in tutors and then falling behind and you guys thinking you're gonna make up all this stuff. They're still not caught up. This is the same thing that's going to happen. You're going to allow boys in girls' bathroom, girls in boys' bathroom, start suing kids because they're not saying they, them, or whatever's going on. It's going to end badly, just like the COVID rules that you guys enforced with the masking, keeping kids out of school. Same thing is going to happen. At what point are you going to learn from your mistakes and stop it? We need this stopped. We need our kids to be safe. They should be able to go to the bathroom with safe guards in place. They shouldn't have to worry about a male being in there. We shouldn't have to have worried about girls no longer getting scholarships. We need to stop. We need to go back to the basics, start teaching our kids how to read, write, arithmetic. We need to stand up for our kids. I am begging you, please don't make the same mistake that you made with COVID. Stand up. We're all adults. There's plenty of laws that are broken at some point. So you either have a girl raped and you get sued, or you take the possibility that we don't go against Biden's rules and roll the dice and see where it happens. We need to take care of our kids, bottom line. Please. They're not the majority. The other is. Go for the majority. It's 1%. 1% that all of this is being changed for. Fight for the majority. That's your job.
Our next public comment is Justina Carnahan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Edita McCoy. I am speaking here in place of Justina. Just wanted to share something with you, the board, and with everyone here. When I first moved here from New York to Arizona 10 years ago, I moved here with 2 very young sons. Felt very lost, not really knowing what school district, what school to place them in. If the school system was completely different, you know, what should I do? Where is my career going to go as well? Because I did give up my career to come here and to spend more time with them. When I had come into the school, I had enrolled my 2 sons here at Cucina Elementary School, and I knew I wanted to be part of it. I wanted to be around the children. I wanted to be around the kids. I wanted to make a difference in there. So I had went in to apply for any job that was available, actually, at that moment. And at that moment, Landa Tartaglia had pulled me into her office and said, hey, like, so I just happened to see your to see your application. I saw your resume. Tell me, like, what you want to do. Like, what do you want to do here? Like, what are your credentials? What do you want to do? I never even thought about it. It took her to just a couple of minutes speaking with me and really listening to me and hearing me and knowing that I would make a good fit for that school. And right away, she sent me straight to the district office. She's like, bring your paperwork and do this, do that. And I had started to work as a substitute teacher for the Peoria Unified School District. I did that for many years. And what I did is I wanted to take on the challenges of working for, calling in at the last minute to see like what school was not covered, what school needed coverage, or what teacher, what grade, because I wanted to fill that need. And that's what I did. And that's what Landa had encouraged me to do, consistently to try to keep going further and further and challenging myself and knowing, and without me having an end in sight, I knew that I was where I needed to be at that moment. Furthermore, the Arise program was very big at the Cucina Elementary School, and had it not been for Landa, I would have not even turned to work with children that I've never worked with, a population, and it actually opened my eyes to something that I've never really thought was possible. And it was the most rewarding, the most challenging, but the most rewarding couple of years of my professional life. In addition, following that, I felt ready and confident enough. I felt supported by Landa. I felt supported and encouraged and motivated, and could always feel comfortable to go and talk to her. And I knew she would listen and provide me with good guidance. I trusted her. I trusted my kids at her school, at any school that she was in, because of the leadership qualities that she possessed. And as a result, it encouraged me to leave that career and pursue to become a school counselor and during the pandemic. And this is what I did. So I worked in different school districts, got to see how a difference. The leadership makes a difference for the kids coming in, not knowing what to do, not knowing, I feel so lost. The parents feel lost. And
I'm so sorry, your time is over.
Thank you. I'm here to support Landa, and I am so sorry to see that the Reverend and others were not here to hear this, because I do feel it's important to. Thank you.
Our next public comment is Joanne Bodway. Did I say that correctly?
Before I start, everyone, I want to say that it's pretty sad that Landa was not here to accept her award since she was the principal of Peoria High School. And I want you to know that I am representing teachers, students, and faculty that can't speak, because some of the people here at the district have threatened them. And they're not allowed to talk on Landa's behalf. And I don't think that's right. Well, nobody can threaten me from here because I'm not employed here. I'm not employed. But I was a teacher. And I haven't spoke for a while, but I know that Landa supports everyone and anyone that can. But the only thing the Peoria School District can do is raise my taxes. I'm Joanne Bodway. I'm a wife, mother, a sister, a grandmother, a retired teacher, and a volunteer of lots of things. While volunteering at Kachina, I met Landa. Her name was Aponte then. That's how long it's been since I've known her. Landa is hardworking, dedicated professional who should not be raked over the coals for following procedures and policies. And she does that for all her students and her faculty, white, black, green, purple, or whatever. And being at Kachina every day, I saw how Landa dealt with the staff, the students, and parents effectively, bringing school to an A school. A few years ago, Landa saw that I wasn't volunteering much since Kachina has no PTSO anymore. Why isn't that principal raked over the coals for not doing what they're supposed to do? She asked if I would come to be on her booster club. I didn't do much, but pretty much used my knowledge of Robert's Rules of Order and sped her meetings along, because I found out that she was on those days working over 13 and a half hours that day. And that wasn't just that day, it was many days that she was at the school for not only sporting events, but banquets, anything that the students were involved with.
I'm sorry, your time is over.
Well, thank you, and remember, Landa.
Our next public comment is Ashley Alcori. Did I say it correctly?
No, you did. It's just funny that all the Landas ended up together. Governing board, and most importantly, Superintendent Summers, because you do have the final say after all. I'm here today to present the facts and urge you to demand answers. How does an employee with 26 years of exceptional service to the district face such scrutiny? Consider the achievements of Landa, recognized by the Arizona Department of Education for transforming Title I school labels to A's, securing results-based funding, and multiple years of state recognition for closing the achievement gaps for students in poverty. She earned the Intel Teach the Future Service Award for training over 200 teachers here in Peoria, and received national recognition as a Title I school semifinalist and Rodell Exemplary Principal semifinalist. She was named JAG Administrator of the Year and most recently received the Spark Award for her inspiration to women. Lastly, her most recent award received tonight for Peoria High School. Her track record includes the highest growth and improvement in student achievement, ACT scores, and CTE completers, all affirmed by the consistent evaluations, including an overall effective rating just last school year. So what went wrong? Have you reviewed Landa's personnel file thoroughly? Last school year, she requested HR to review her 22-23 annual performance review based on policy GCO and the grievance equity procedure, noting that no domain artifacts or documentation were initially reviewed. HR's response was to collect additional documents from her evaluator after the fact, reflecting negatively on her. HR warned her that if she continued to grieve the matter, more items would be added to her personnel file. HR agreed to change her evaluator if she complied, which she did. However, at the beginning of this school year, district admin reneged on this agreement and reassigned her the exact same evaluator. How many people in positions of authority within Peoria did Landa need to share her concerns with before you would investigate? This includes both HR and most of the governing board members up here. Do administrators in Peoria need to be concerned that if they were to grieve their own evals, that they too could be retaliated against? I ask you, should it be Landa who is placed on admin leave for over 2 months and investigated, or are there deeper concerns of retaliation from HR and her supervisor that have led to this this situation? Your duty is to ensure fairness and transparency. I urge you to investigate these concerns thoroughly and take appropriate action. Thank you.
Our final public comment is from Lyra Tripp.
Good evening, President Proudfit, governing boards, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. My name is Lyra Tripp, and I am a current staff member here in the district working at Peoria High School. I am here this evening to speak both for myself and on behalf of over 24 current staff members at Peoria High to address the recent changes that have occurred at our school. We embody a school steeped in tradition, culture, and an unwavering commitment to continual improvement. Rooted in our mission to maximize human potential, our vision is to challenge and support each other to be our best, and our values are display dignity, respect, and responsibility. Throughout the past school year, Peoria High School has faced a multitude of challenges that have profoundly impacted not only its dedicated staff and students, but also the broader community. Unfortunately, these challenges and leadership's responses have fostered a perception among many staff members that our school is drifting away from the core values upon which we have always stood. This has resulted in distrust within our leadership, erosion of some of the school's culture, and a sense of unease by staff. Inconsistent leadership approaches to various policies have also created an unstable environment for our students. Additionally, due to general distrust in the administration, there is a widespread feeling among staff of being unheard and disregarded. We frequently do not feel we receive the respect and dignity that professionals deserve. This concern has been raised by many of us with our immediate evaluators, fellow staff members, and even with the district over the course of this past school year in order to seek support that we were not finding on campus. The events of the past several months have unfortunately prompted a wake-up call both within our district and its community. However, we as the staff appreciate the district's dedication to thoroughly exploring these concerns further. On behalf of the staff community currently at Peoria High School, I want to share our deepest gratitude to the district for diligently addressing the root causes of these concerns, making meaningful changes and decisions, and for respecting us as professionals with extensive backgrounds, knowledge, and expertise. We are excited about the positive changes that new leadership will bring to Peoria High School. We urge both the district and the board to continue their support for our ongoing efforts, and we look forward to renewed alignment with our school's vision in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmanuel or Jody? Okay. That concludes our public comment portion of our meeting. Moving on to section 10.1, we have a report on upcoming meetings and events. Ms. Airy?
President Proudfit, members of the board, nothing to add this evening.
10.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Ms. Myers?
Thank you very much. Good evening again, President Proudfit and members of the governing board. I did share during the proposed budget agenda item legislative information regarding the budget. The 2024 session has adjourned on June 15th, and I do not have an additional report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. For 10.3 and 10.4, the district budget report for the month of May 2024 and the district enrollment report for the month of May 2024. Both are available on the district website. Moving on to 11.1, board members' opportunity to readdress any agenda items. We'll start with Ms. Ewing.
I don't have any, thank you.
Mr. Sandoval.
I don't have any items either. Thank you.
Mrs. Rooks.
Yes, I wanted to readdress board member comments. I completely forgot to recognize she's always out in the front office sometimes when I see her and I come up here, and she is retiring from the district benefits department for 45 years of service tomorrow. Peggy Begnosh, and I hope I didn't pronounce her name wrong if she's still here. I just want to say thank you to Peggy for her 45 years of service in this district. That is amazing to hear that. And I saw her before the board meeting started, so I wanted to make sure we recognized her and everything she's done in the 45 years of service. And then I also wanted to recognize and honor one of our previous board members, Rebecca Hill, in her fight protecting our girls. And one of her famous quotes was, "Every student, every day, except the girls."
I do not have any items to readdress, so we'll move on to 11.2, request for future agenda items. Mrs. Ewing, any requests tonight?
I'm assuming that you'll let us know on what's the next step with regards to Title IX expansion. So I don't know if we have to request an executive session or, so maybe the request is, can you let us know in an upcoming Friday report, what are the next steps as far as board input needed for many of those items, so.
Yes, we can.
I will second. Mr. Sandoval?
Yeah, I don't have any items this evening. Thank you.
I would like to call for executive session as soon as possible in regards to Title IX. I'm looking at that with legal, just as soon as possible.
I would like to second, but then add something to it, if that's okay.
Okay.
With executive session, because that was something I was going to request too. Because I know you said as soon as possible, but because we start school in August, and that's when it's going to be starting to get in force, I'd like to have it July 10th before our regular board meeting, if that's, is that okay? What, I'm out of town. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess then at least as soon as possible is fine. And then adding on, because I think we've done this in the past with executive session, coming out of executive session and taking a vote. For me personally, I want to sue the Biden administration. So I'd like to have it as a vote after executive session with that advice, because we're running out of time.
So let me understand. Okay, so that the vote would need to happen in a regular board meeting, correct?
So the way we would approach that is creating a special meeting
Mm-hmm.
and obviously having the executive session as part of that. To the degree that there's an action that can already be attached to that executive session, I think implies that the information that you're gathering in that executive session is leading you down that road. Right. So what I would suggest we do is get advice from council prior to us actually scheduling the session to know exactly how to best navigate that potential action that you're suggesting.
Thank you for explaining it. Appreciate that.
Okay.
And then I had one more,
I have one more too. so-
okay. I guess, sorry.
Well, so it's the same thing for executive session, so there's nothing, because she already seconded the executive session, and then we can't really,
Well, it's just that now that executive session is specific to what Ms. Rooks is requesting, and I didn't know if that was the specifics of what you were requesting versus like a lot of the conversation we had during the study session was a lot of scenarios like how would this be handled and so forth. So if we're having an executive session specific to that, then, and I don't know if that would include, that may.
I don't think we can go into
may narrow
executive
the
session
scope.
impartially saying that there will be a forwarding outcome. So I would just say keep it to executive session and then gather, you gather the data from the lawyer to determine, because we're going to have to determine likely more than one action.
I just want to make sure that both of you are under the understanding that of what the language needs to be so that we can have all of those conversations. So, and that.
What does the language need to be, Dr. Summers?
So what you're seeking is legal advice specific to our obligations under Title IX. And
options for districts to explore all options.
to the degree that whatever, keeping in mind that you are not able to take any action in an executive session format, what you're really seeking is, and I think it would be helpful for us to have specific questions, which I think echo a lot of what we heard during the study session today. So what I'm suggesting is prior to calling the executive session, we seek additional legal counsel clarification on specifically what we will be covering to the degree that that can influence a potential action following that executive session. I think that's still up in question. So I don't think we can go into it already knowing what you're going to do out of it, other than you're evaluating what you're going to be able to do and then make additional decisions from there. So,
And I guess my request would just be being as expeditious as possible.
so if I can, since we're on this topic, and I think it's important from a timing standpoint, the soonest we would be able to schedule, just given schedules and everything else that we're looking at, I would understand it right now as July 15th. Recognizing that we do have currently a board meeting scheduled for July 10th, but one of our members won't be present at that meeting. So, or if there is a presence, it will be a very limited
I will be
presence.
calling in at 3 o'clock in the morning,
Okay.
Norway time, so.
Okay, so with that in mind, this, I think what we're trying to do is also confirm then availability from legal counsel, the availability as early as July 15th, and so we'll work to clarify that as soon as we can.
Mrs. Ricks, you?
Yes, that is fine. Thank
Great.
you. Sorry, I had two more, sorry. I would like to request the Peoria High School Principal Londa's personnel file to be sent to the governing board. Because I would like to have that to see what is going on. So there's that. And then I also would like to request outside investigation into our HR policies and department to see also what is going on, because there's a lot of concerns right now. So
So the legal response from last week with the personnel file was that's not something that we can request. Is that from that brief that was sent? Is that?
What I read, just to help clarify, in Ms. Rooks, maybe you'll remember, because I know we all got the notification from the lawyer, but it said that because a personnel file, Ms. Vesely, you can let me know on this, or Dr. Summers, personnel file is considered confidential, And so no one board member can request it. And I believe this is what it said, without going back to the exact language, was that if the board wanted a board member to have access to that personnel file, it would have to come before a vote to the board. So I don't think we can I don't think we can second you because that's not the procedure for it. And correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's the way I interpreted what was sent to all of us, so that we're following the legal. It's not like the district just came up with that rule, so.
So if I may,
Yeah.
policy GBJ states, individual board members may only inspect confidential staff files when specifically authorized by the board as evidenced by action of a quorum of the board in a legal meeting properly noticed. So the answer is yes, but only if the board votes for the records to be provided to the board as a whole. Such a vote can only take place in an open session for the reasons set forth above. This is not advised. In the event that a specific employment issue is before the board to which the personal records are relevant, the district administration could and should provide those records to the board as backup to the recommendation. All that to say, we don't have an item that is currently on the table. I think what we have is a request, Ms. Rooks, that you would like to be able to see that. So what I would suggest we are doing, again, abiding by policy, is making sure that we have legal notice ahead of time before a vote commences. So while your request is noticed, it would require a second to be able to create an item to then to be able to take official action at an upcoming board meeting, if that makes sense.
So requesting just for a vote at a future board meeting by the board to be provided an employee file?
Correct.
Okay, then that's what I request. Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you, ma'am.
I will second her agenda item for that vote, to bring it before the board.
Okay.
And then, sorry, President Proudfit, you had
Okay.
one.
I have, sorry, the HR one.
Yeah, something's just not sitting right. So I don't know what kind of.
Yeah, so what exactly are you asking for?
I guess an investigation into our HR employee policies. I know we've kind of already touched on that, but maybe just overall of what has been going on the past couple months, I guess. Oh, do
Is
you
that
want, 'cause I was-
grievance considered?
That's what I was going
Yeah.
to bring up is Mrs. Young requested last board meeting for an overview of the grievance process. So we're already working on that, and that will getting together with the lawyers. And so yeah, that was.
So one potential course with respect to an executive session that we can also ensure that the board has clarity in exactly how the policy itself is applied and how it works is that we could seek that additional legal clarification within the same context of the executive session that you're asking for related to Title IX.
That would be great. I would like to request that. And thank you, Dr. Summers, again. Appreciate it.
Does that need a second or?
It does.
Yes.
Okay, I will second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that's a lot, and I have one more, but mine's just a Friday report for Ms. Myers. I just had a question in some of the visits with summer school, visiting the Kid Zone stuff. It was mentioned that this is currently being paid for out of the ESSER funding, and so I just wanted to know, is it being paid for out of ESSER funding? Is that one that's sunsetting in 2024 and 2025, and then just looking at a move forward plan of just kind of where we're at with that?
I'll second it for you.
Thank you. Are there any other requests? Okay, we will move on to 12.1, which is adjournment, and we will be adjourning this meeting at 8:18 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for coming out, and get home safely.
We need to make a motion to adjourn, and then a second, and then vote. It's okay, it's late. We're all tired. We've been here since 4 o'clock, so. I will motion we adjourn at 8:18 p.m.
I will second. Motion passes with 4 yeas. Now we are adjourned.